The story of the Japanese Empire begins long before the world would know it as an imperial power or a participant in global conflicts. It starts in the ancient mists of early Japan, during an era when the land was still consolidating its identity, and its people were united under the vision of a divine emperor. In understanding the roots of Japan's imperial legacy, we must journey back to the era when myth, culture, and power first intertwined. We find ourselves in the Yamato period, a time of formative change from around the 3rd to the 7th century CE. This era is named after the Yamato clan, one of many influential clans ruling different regions of Japan. Unlike the Japan of today, the archipelago was not yet a unified state. Local clans or uji, powerful family groups who claimed ancestral ties to kami, or spiritual beings, governed over their own territories with limited interference from others. Each clan had its own customs, deities, and crucially its own ambitions. But within the Yamato clan, there was a vision, one that would shift Japan's fragmented clan-based society towards a unified state with a centralized ruler. This ambition was driven not just by a desire for power but by a profound sense of spiritual and cultural mission. The Yamato family claimed descent from Amaterasu, the sun goddess, one of the most revered figures in the Shinto pantheon. This divine lineage was more than a religious claim. It was the foundation upon which the Yamato clan would build its authority, portraying themselves as rightful rulers ordained by the gods. As the Yamato rulers expanded their influence, they encountered the highly developed Chinese civilization across the sea. China, at the time, was a formidable empire with sophisticated systems of governance, philosophy, and culture. Inspired by this, Japanese leaders began looking to China as a model for centralizing their own authority. Through interactions with China's Tang dynasty, the Japanese received envoys, studied Chinese texts, and adopted aspects of Chinese administration, law, and philosophy, particularly Confucianism. The hierarchical structure of Confucianism fit well with the Yamato's ambitions, promoting loyalty to rulers and emphasizing societal harmony. But perhaps more transformative than Confucian ideals was the introduction of Buddhism to Japan. In the mid-6th century, Buddhist teachings made their way to the Japanese archipelago, brought by emissaries from the Korean kingdom of Beach. The Yamato rulers, recognizing the powerful unifying potential of this new faith, embraced Buddhism and promoted it as a means of consolidating their rule. Temples sprang up across the land, and Buddhism began to shape Japanese art, architecture, and crucially, the relationship between the ruling class and the governed. By adopting both Confucianism and Buddhism, the Yamato court created an ideological foundation that linked religious devotion with loyalty to the emperor. Prince Shotoku, a statesman and fervent Buddhist, played a critical role in embedding these values into Japanese governance. He introduced the 17-article constitution, which combined Buddhist and Confucian principles to strengthen the authority of the central government. Though this constitution was less a legal code and more a set of ethical guidelines, it established the emperor as a figure of supreme moral authority, an embodiment of divine will on earth. Under the influence of these imported philosophies, the Yamato clan transformed into an imperial family, with its leaders assuming the title of Tenno, or emperor. The imperial court moved to Nara in the 8th century, marking the beginning of a new, culturally rich era. The city of Nara was modeled after the Chinese capital of Chang'an, and its layout, architecture, and grandeur symbolized Japan's aspiration to be an equal to its powerful neighbor. Here, Japan's emperors and court nobility engaged in the pursuit of knowledge, the refinement of art, and the governance of a more unified nation. While the emperor was now the supreme ruler, the country's power dynamics remained complex. The imperial family had established its divine status, but maintaining control over the archipelago was a challenge. Local chieftains, though paying nominal allegiance to the emperor, often ruled their regions independently. This tension between centralized imperial power and local autonomy would continue to shape Japanese governance for centuries. Another pivotal development during the Nara period was the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, ancient chronicles that documented Japan's history, myths, and genealogies. Commissioned by the imperial court, these texts reinforced the emperor's divine lineage and legitimacy. The Kojiki, or Records of Ancient Matters, compiled around 712 CE, was Japan's first written historical record. It was followed by the Nihon Shoki, or Chronicles of Japan, in 720 CE. These texts served not only as historical documents, but also as instruments of statecraft. By recording and disseminating the myths of the imperial family's descent from Amaterasu, they strengthened the narrative of the emperor's divinity and solidified the imperial family's status. As the centuries passed, Japan's imperial court would undergo further transformations. The rise of the Heian period, 794-1185 CE, marked a new era of cultural sophistication and political intrigue. During this time, the imperial court relocated to Heian-kyo, modern-day Kyoto, and the emperor's power became increasingly symbolic. The Fujiwara clan, through strategic marriages and political maneuvering, came to dominate the court, effectively ruling on behalf of the emperor. This marked the beginning of a pattern in Japanese history, where the emperor's authority would often be wielded by powerful families or military leaders while the emperor remained a revered but largely ceremonial figure. The foundations of the Japanese Empire, then, were deeply rooted in the integration of spiritual legitimacy, foreign influence, and cultural identity. By aligning themselves with the sun goddess Amaterasu and embracing the teachings of Confucianism and Buddhism, the early emperors crafted a vision of Japan as a nation blessed by the gods and guided by a divine ruler. This belief in the emperor's sacred role would endure, becoming a defining feature of Japan's imperial identity and influencing the way Japan perceived its place in the world. The centuries following the Yamato and Heian periods would see Japan fluctuate between periods of unity and division, prosperity and hardship. The imperial lineage would continue, but power would shift to military leaders, the shoguns, who ruled in the emperor's name. The emperor's divine status would, however, remain a constant. Even as Japan entered periods of isolation and later rapid modernization, the idea of a sacred ruler would persist, providing a powerful foundation for the empire that would emerge in the 19th century. The early history of Japan is thus a tale of ambition, adaptation, and spiritual conviction. By establishing a divine imperial lineage and absorbing the philosophies and religions of neighboring civilizations, Japan laid the groundwork for an empire that would one day rise to challenge the world's great powers. The roots of this empire stretch deep into the past, intertwined with the myths and beliefs of a people who saw their destiny as one guided by the heavens. This early foundation, both spiritual and political, would become the bedrock upon which the Japanese Empire would stand. By the mid-19th century, Japan was on the brink of a profound transformation. For over 2 centuries, the island nation had been isolated from much of the world under the strict policies of the Tokugawa shogunate, a period known as Sakoku, or closed country. During this time, foreign influence was limited, trade was heavily restricted, and Japanese citizens were forbidden from leaving the country on penalty of death. The samurai class ruled society, while the emperor resided in Kyoto, largely as a symbolic figure. Despite the political stability achieved under the Tokugawa regime, Japan remained technologically behind the Western powers. But as the 19th century progressed, a new force loomed over Japan's shores: Western imperialism. The world was changing, and Japan could not remain secluded forever. In 1853, a fleet of American warships commanded by Commodore Matthew Perry arrived in Edo Bay, modern-day Tokyo Bay, bearing a message from President Millard Fillmore. Perry's imposing black ships, as the Japanese called them, were a symbol of Western power, equipped with advanced weaponry and steam engines, technology far beyond Japan's own. Perry demanded that Japan open its ports to American trade or face consequences. The arrival of Perry's ships was a turning point. It shattered Japan's sense of security and underscored the country's vulnerability to foreign military power. The shogunate, under pressure, reluctantly agreed to Perry's demands, signing the Convention of Kanagawa in 1854. This treaty marked the beginning of a series of unequal treaties with Western powers, opening Japan's ports to foreign trade and diplomacy. These agreements, which heavily favored Western interests, sparked outrage among many Japanese. They viewed these treaties as humiliating, a stark reminder of Japan's technological and military inferiority. This sense of national humiliation, combined with internal pressures, planted the seeds for change. Dissatisfaction with the Tokugawa shogunate's inability to protect Japan from foreign influence grew, especially among the young samurai and intellectuals. These reform-minded individuals saw Japan's traditional ways as insufficient to meet the challenges of the modern world. They believed that Japan needed to transform itself to survive and maintain its independence. A political movement known as the Sano Joi, revere the emperor, expel the barbarians, began to gain traction. Although the movement called for the expulsion of foreigners, it was also deeply patriotic and revered the emperor as Japan's spiritual and symbolic leader. This movement sought to restore power to the emperor, who was seen as the embodiment of Japanese identity and values, uncorrupted by foreign influence. Samurai from regions like Satsuma and Choshu, dissatisfied with the Tokugawa regime, rallied around this ideology. They viewed the shogunate's concessions to the West as betrayal and sought to return Japan to a position of strength and dignity. The struggle between these reformists and the Tokugawa shogunate escalated, ultimately leading to a series of clashes and civil unrest. By 1868, the Tokugawa shogunate had been overthrown, and the emperor, a mere symbolic figure for centuries, was restored to a position of central authority. This momentous change became known as the Meiji Restoration, named after the young Emperor Meiji, who ascended the throne at the age of 15. This event marked the end of the feudal era and the beginning of a radical transformation in Japan's society, economy, and political system. The Meiji Restoration was not merely a political shift, it was the dawn of a new era for Japan. The young leaders of the Meiji government, many of whom had once opposed Western influence, realized that Japan could not simply expel the foreigners. Instead, Japan would need to adopt the West's strengths to resist domination. They believed that only by modernizing could Japan protect its sovereignty and fulfill its destiny as a respected nation. To achieve this, the Meiji leaders embarked on an ambitious project to westernize Japan. They sent students, scholars, and government officials to the United States and Europe to study Western science, technology, industry, and political systems. The slogan of this era became, Fukoku Kyohei. Enrich the country, strengthen the military. The Meiji leaders understood that a strong economy and a powerful military were essential for Japan's survival and success in a world dominated by imperial powers. The government undertook sweeping reforms, restructuring nearly every aspect of Japanese society. The old feudal system was abolished, and a centralized government was established in Tokyo, Japan's new capital. The samurai class, which had dominated Japanese society for centuries, was dismantled. Many former samurai were integrated into the new government or military, while others struggled to find their place in the rapidly changing society. The samurai's traditional privileges, including the right to carry swords, were stripped away, symbolizing the end of the feudal era. One of the most revolutionary changes was the creation of a conscription-based army, replacing the samurai as Japan's main military force. This was a significant departure from Japan's past, where the samurai had held a near monopoly on martial power. The new conscription system required all able-bodied men to serve, fostering a sense of duty and loyalty to the state rather than to regional lords. This also helped instill a national identity, as men from different regions and social backgrounds trained and served together. The economic transformation was equally dramatic. The Meiji government encouraged industrialization, investing in infrastructure like railways, telegraph lines, and modern factories. Japan's economy began to shift from agriculture to industry, and the government offered incentives for entrepreneurs to establish businesses. Many of these early industrial ventures were initially state-run but were later sold to private families, leading to the rise of zaibatsu, powerful industrial and financial conglomerates like Mitsubishi and Mitsui, which would come to dominate Japan's economy. In addition to these economic and military reforms, Japan's social and cultural landscape underwent significant change. The Meiji government established a new education system based on Western models, emphasizing literacy, mathematics, science, and moral education. Schools were established throughout Japan, and education became compulsory. This helped create an educated and skilled workforce, further fueling Japan's rapid industrialization. The government also adopted Western dress, architecture, and social customs, signaling Japan's embrace of modernity. However, while the Meiji leaders adopted Western practices, they did not abandon Japan's unique cultural identity. The emperor remained a central figure, and Shintoism was promoted as Japan's national religion, emphasizing the divine lineage of the emperor. This blend of modernization and traditional values helped to create a unique form of Japanese nationalism, one that saw Japan as both a modern nation and a sacred land with a unique destiny. This nationalism would become a powerful force in the years to come, motivating Japan's leaders to pursue a path of expansion and empire. By the late 19th century, the Meiji Restoration had transformed Japan from a feudal society into a modern, industrialized nation. Japan's success in modernization was unprecedented. It had achieved in a few decades what had taken Western nations centuries. The world took notice, and Japan emerged as a new power in East Asia. No longer vulnerable to Western domination, Japan was now a competitor, a nation with aspirations of its own. As Japan's leaders looked outward, they saw the empires of the Western world carving up territories in Asia and beyond. Japan, too, began to consider its place in this new world order. Having achieved economic and military strength, Japan felt entitled to a sphere of influence in East Asia. It was the beginning of a new chapter, one where Japan would no longer be a passive observer but an active participant in the imperial game. The Meiji Restoration was more than a series of reforms. It was the birth of modern Japan and the foundation of the Japanese Empire. By embracing Western technology, military organization, and economic principles, Japan had transformed itself. Yet, it retained a sense of purpose and identity rooted in its ancient past. As Japan moved into the 20th century, it would wield its newfound power on the world stage, challenging Western powers and reshaping Asia in ways that would reverberate through history. As the 20th century dawned, Japan had transformed itself into a modern, industrialized nation through the sweeping changes of the Meiji Restoration. But now, a new ambition began to emerge within the Japanese Empire, a vision of Japan not only as a modernized state but as a dominant force in Asia. With economic and military strength firmly established, Japan's leaders turned their eyes outward, aiming to expand Japan's influence and secure the resources needed to sustain their burgeoning industrial empire. In this pursuit, they would come face to face with another empire, the Russian Empire, in a conflict that would signal Japan's arrival as a global power. Japan's ambitions for empire building were rooted in both practical and ideological motivations. Practically, Japan's industrial economy required more raw materials than its islands could provide. Resources like coal, iron, and oil were essential for continued economic growth, but Japan lacked these on its own soil. The Korean Peninsula and Manchuria, regions rich in these resources, became prime targets for Japanese expansion. Ideologically, Japan's leaders and thinkers believed that their nation held a unique and divine destiny in Asia. Rooted in the spiritual authority of the emperor and inspired by the nationalistic fervor born from the Meiji era, Japanese intellectuals argued that Japan had a duty to civilize and protect Asia from Western imperial powers. This sense of duty was often wrapped in the rhetoric of a Pan-Asian identity, which claimed that Japan, as the only industrialized Asian power, was uniquely suited to lead and protect other Asian nations. This ideology, however, often obscured the more practical desire for control and resources. One of the first regions where Japan tested its imperial ambitions was Korea. For centuries, Korea had been within China's sphere of influence. But by the late 19th century, China was weakened by internal strife and foreign encroachment. Japan saw this as an opportunity. In 1894, Japan went to war with China in what became known as the First Sino-Japanese War. Japanese forces swiftly defeated the Chinese, signaling to the world that Japan was now a formidable military power. The Treaty of Shimonoseki in 1895 ended the war, forcing China to recognize Korean independence and cede the strategic island of Taiwan to Japan. This victory emboldened Japan, proving that its modernization efforts had borne fruit. However, Japan's growing influence in Korea and China did not go unnoticed by other powers. The Russian Empire, an expansive and powerful nation with its own ambitions in East Asia, began to view Japan as a potential threat to its influence in the region. Russia sought to control Port Arthur, now known as Lushuan, on the Liaodong Peninsula, a strategically significant port in southern Manchuria. Port Arthur offered Russia a warm water port in East Asia, a critical asset for both military and trade purposes. In 1898, Russia secured a lease for the port, establishing a major military presence there. To Japan, this was an encroachment on its sphere of influence, a direct challenge that could not be ignored. Over the next few years, tensions between Japan and Russia escalated as both empires expanded their interests in Manchuria and Korea. Japan attempted to negotiate with Russia, offering to recognize Russian interests in Manchuria if Russia would acknowledge Japan's dominance in Korea. But Russia, underestimating Japan's military capabilities and unwilling to compromise, dismissed these overtures. Russian officials believed that Japan, a small island nation, could never challenge a vast empire like Russia. This miscalculation would prove costly. On February 8, 1904, after years of deteriorating relations and failed negotiations, Japan took a decisive step. It launched a surprise attack on Port Arthur, marking the beginning of the Russo-Japanese War. The attack was a meticulously planned naval assault, with Japanese forces hoping to neutralize Russia's naval power in the Pacific before the conflict escalated on land. In a devastating blow to Russian forces, the Japanese Navy inflicted heavy damage on the Russian fleet anchored at Port Arthur, gaining control over key naval positions. The Russo-Japanese War was a grueling conflict that extended far beyond the initial surprise attack. Japanese and Russian armies clashed in fierce battles across Manchuria and Korea, with each side suffering significant casualties. The war was not only a test of military strength but a test of endurance. Japan, though smaller in size and resources, was fighting on its doorstep, while Russia had to transport troops and supplies across thousands of miles from Europe. This logistical challenge weakened Russia's ability to sustain the conflict. The Battle of Mukden, fought in early 1905, was one of the largest land battles of the war and a pivotal moment in the conflict. Over 600,000 troops were engaged in brutal combat, and after weeks of fierce fighting, Japan emerged victorious. It was a testament to the discipline, strategy, and resolve of Japan's modernized military. Yet, even with these victories, Japan's resources were stretched to the limit. Unlike Russia, which had vast reserves, Japan was a smaller nation with finite resources. The Japanese government knew it had to end the war soon, or risk economic ruin. The climax of the conflict came with the Battle of Tsushima in May 1905. Here, the Japanese Navy, under the command of Admiral Togo Hihikairo, faced off against the Russian Baltic Fleet, which had traveled an astounding 18,000 miles around the world to reach the conflict zone. The journey had left the Russian fleet fatigued and low on supplies. The Japanese, well prepared and familiar with the waters, decisively defeated the Russians, sinking nearly the entire fleet in a single day. This victory was both a strategic and symbolic triumph, demonstrating Japan's naval dominance and Russia's vulnerability. Following the catastrophic loss at Tsushima, Russia was forced to seek peace. The Treaty of Portsmouth, mediated by U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt, was signed in September 1905. Under the terms of the treaty, Russia recognized Japan's dominance in Korea, ceded its lease on Port Arthur and the southern half of Sakhalin Island to Japan, and withdrew from Manchuria. The Treaty of Portsmouth marked the end of the Russo-Japanese War, a conflict that had lasting repercussions for both nations and for the world. For Japan, the victory over Russia was a watershed moment. It was the first time in modern history that an Asian nation had defeated a major European power. The war proved Japan's strength, resilience, and the success of its modernization efforts. Japan's victory sent shockwaves around the globe, inspiring anti-colonial movements across Asia and Africa. Many saw Japan as a beacon of hope, a symbol that non-Western nations could challenge and defeat Western empires. The victory also fueled Japanese nationalism and bolstered the belief that Japan was destined to lead Asia. However, the war also had darker implications. Japan's victory solidified its imperial ambitions and justified further expansionist policies. Japan's leaders now viewed empire building as a path to securing resources and ensuring national security. This belief in Japan's imperial destiny would lead to decades of aggressive expansion across Asia, culminating in Japan's entry into World War II. The seeds of Japan's later actions were sown in the successes and ambitions that followed the Russo-Japanese War. The conflict also had profound effects on the Russian Empire. The defeat weakened the Russian monarchy and fueled discontent among its people, contributing to the unrest that would eventually lead to the Russian Revolution of 1905 and the rise of revolutionary movements within Russia. In this way, the Russo-Japanese War did not just reshape East Asia. It set off ripples that would ultimately contribute to major political shifts in Europe and beyond. The Russo-Japanese War marked the rise of Japan as a global power, an empire with aspirations that stretched beyond its shores. Japan's leaders now looked to the rest of Asia, confident in their nation's strength and the righteousness of their cause. For the people of Japan, the victory over Russia was a source of pride, a validation of the hardships endured during the Meiji Restoration. Yet, this triumph also signaled the beginning of a new phase, where Japan's imperial ambitions would drive it into new conflicts and shape its destiny on the world stage. With the war concluded, Japan's path was clear. The empire had tasted the rewards of military success and territorial expansion, and there was no turning back. The islands of Japan would continue to expand their reach, reshaping the balance of power in Asia and setting a course that would lead to both glory and tragedy in the years to come. The early 20th century was a period of unbridled ambition for the Japanese Empire, driven by a determination to establish dominance in East Asia. Following the victory over Russia, Japan emerged as a powerful player on the global stage, its influence cemented by a modernized military, a resilient economy, and a burgeoning nationalist ideology. The empire's next target became the vast, resource-rich lands of China, a nation weakened by internal strife, corruption, and foreign interference. Japan's leaders, convinced of their country's destiny to lead Asia, pursued a policy of aggressive expansion into China, setting the stage for decades of brutal conflict and regional instability. Japan's interests in China were motivated by both economic necessity and ideological zeal. While the Meiji Restoration had transformed Japan into a modern industrial power, the nation's continued growth relied on securing essential resources, which were scarce on the Japanese islands. As Japan industrialized, its appetite for coal, iron, and oil grew, creating a pressing need for resource-rich territories. Manchuria, in northeast China, became a focal point of these ambitions due to its abundant natural resources and strategic position bordering Korea, which Japan had effectively colonized following its victory in the Russo-Japanese War. In addition to these economic motivations, a powerful ideology fueled Japan's expansionist policies. Japanese nationalist propaganda promoted the idea of Japan as the light of Asia, destined to lead and modernize the region. This ideology, rooted in the concept of Pan-Asianism, framed Japan's imperial ambitions as a mission to protect Asia from Western imperialism. In reality, however, Japanese expansion often mirrored the very colonialism it purported to oppose, as Japan sought to subjugate neighboring countries to secure its own interests. The first major move in Japan's expansion into China occurred in 1915, when Japan presented the 21 demands to the Chinese government. The demands aimed to extend Japanese control over Chinese territories, particularly in Shandong Province and Manchuria. Although China, already fractured by warlordism and political turmoil, resisted these demands, it ultimately acquiesced to several key points, granting Japan significant economic privileges in Manchuria. This marked the beginning of Japan's deepening influence over northern China, a process that would accelerate in the coming years. By the 1920s, Japan's military leaders, deeply influenced by a hawkish vision of empire, began advocating for more aggressive action in China. These military leaders, many of whom were products of Japan's new militarized education system, believed that Japan's survival and prosperity depended on further expansion. They argued that if Japan did not seize control of China's resources, it would fall victim to Western powers. This view was shared by many Japanese nationalists who saw the Western-dominated League of Nations as a hypocritical organization that allowed European empires to exploit Asia while condemning Japan's ambitions. In 1931, Japan took a decisive and dramatic step toward expanding its empire. A staged incident known as the Mukden Incident provided the pretext for an invasion of Manchuria. Japanese soldiers, under the command of officers who had acted without direct orders from Tokyo, detonated a small explosion on a section of railway near Mukden, modern-day Shenyang, which was controlled by Japan's South Manchuria Railway Company. They then blamed Chinese dissidents for the explosion, using it as a justification to launch a full-scale invasion of Manchuria. Within months, Japanese forces occupied the entire region, encountering little resistance from the disorganized Chinese military. Once Manchuria was under Japanese control, Japan established a puppet state called Manchukuo, with the former Chinese Emperor Puyi installed as a figurehead ruler. This was a shrewd move designed to lend legitimacy to Japan's occupation, but few outside Japan recognized Manchukuo's independence. Instead, the international community condemned Japan's actions, with the League of Nations formally criticizing the invasion. In response, Japan withdrew from the League in 1933, signaling its willingness to defy international opinion to pursue its goals. For Japan, the conquest of Manchuria was a victory, but it came at a cost. The international backlash isolated Japan diplomatically, driving it further down a path of militarization and aggression. As Japan consolidated its control over Manchuria, it invested heavily in developing the region, constructing factories, railroads, and military installations. Manchuria became the industrial heart of Japan's empire, supplying much-needed resources for Japan's growing military machine. The invasion of Manchuria also intensified Japan's ideological commitment to empire building. The Japanese military began to assume a dominant role in government, marginalizing civilian leaders and silencing opposition to its expansionist policies. Nationalist propaganda glorified Japan's soldiers and portrayed the conquest of Manchuria as a heroic mission to bring civilization to a backward land. This militaristic fervor permeated Japanese society, fostering a culture of unquestioning loyalty to the emperor and glorification of military conquest. In 1937, Japan's ambitions in China expanded further, leading to a full-scale invasion. The catalyst was the Marco Polo Bridge incident, a skirmish between Japanese and Chinese troops near Beijing. Although minor, this incident escalated into a brutal conflict that engulfed much of China. Japanese forces launched a massive campaign, capturing major cities such as Beijing, Tianjin, and Shanghai in a matter of months. However, as they advanced deeper into Chinese territory, they encountered fierce resistance from both the nationalist government under Chiang Kai-shek and local guerrilla fighters. The campaign in China would prove to be one of the most devastating chapters in Japanese history. The invasion unleashed a wave of violence and destruction, epitomized by events such as the Nanjing Massacre. In December 1937, Japanese troops captured the city of Nanjing, then the capital of China, and committed atrocities that shocked the world. Over a 6-week period, soldiers killed an estimated 200,000 to 300,000 civilians and prisoners of war, and tens of thousands of women were subjected to sexual violence. The massacre became a symbol of the brutalities of Japanese imperialism and a dark stain on Japan's legacy in Asia. Despite the horrors inflicted, Japanese propaganda continued to frame the war as a noble effort to liberate China from Western influence. This narrative, however, rang hollow as Japan's actions increasingly resembled the colonialism it claimed to oppose. The invasion of China became a protracted and costly conflict, draining Japan's resources and stretching its military thin. The Chinese, though poorly equipped, fought with determination, refusing to capitulate to Japanese demands. This resistance turned the Sino-Japanese War into a grinding conflict, one that neither side could decisively win. The prolonged war in China also had profound consequences for Japan's domestic policy and its position on the world stage. The Japanese government, dominated by militarists, implemented policies that prioritized military production and sacrificed civilian needs. As the war dragged on, Japan's leaders grew increasingly authoritarian, suppressing dissent and imposing strict controls on the media. The Japanese people, indoctrinated by years of nationalist propaganda, endured hardships for the sake of the empire, though not without growing resentment. By 1940, Japan was at a crossroads. The war in China had proven costly, and Japan's leaders faced a choice: abandon their ambitions in China, or seek new sources of resources to support their efforts. In a bold and controversial move, Japan chose the latter. Japan's leaders looked southward, eyeing the resource-rich colonies of Southeast Asia. This decision would bring Japan into direct conflict with Western powers, particularly the United States and Britain, who had significant interests in the region. Japan's ambition to control Asia would soon lead it to a new and even more catastrophic chapter: the attack on Pearl Harbor and the entry into World War II. The invasion of China, particularly the atrocities of the Nanjing Massacre, would cast a long shadow over Japan's legacy. For the people of China, the war left scars that would shape national memory for generations. Japan's leaders, driven by a vision of empire, had unleashed a conflict that brought suffering to millions and destabilized East Asia. The path to glory and dominance had led to devastation and tragedy, setting Japan on a course that would eventually lead to its own destruction in the fires of World War II. The early 1940s marked a critical turning point for Japan. As the war in China dragged on with no clear resolution in sight, Japan's ambitions grew more complex, its choices increasingly perilous. The leaders of the Japanese Empire, having faced the unyielding resistance of China, turned their eyes southward. This expansionist strategy, known as the Southern Expansion Doctrine, aimed to secure control over Southeast Asia's abundant resources and ensure Japan's survival as an industrial and military power. But this decision would draw Japan into direct confrontation with the Western colonial powers that had long dominated the region, ultimately propelling the nation into the global conflict of World War II. The path to this decision was shaped by a series of harsh realities and miscalculations. Japan's war with China, which began in 1937, had not gone according to plan. Japanese forces expected a swift victory, but the conflict turned into a brutal, grinding war of attrition. Though Japan controlled major Chinese cities and territories, it faced relentless opposition from Chinese guerrilla fighters and the nationalist forces of Chiang Kai-shek. The Japanese military was stretched thin, its resources strained, and the cost of maintaining control in China grew with each passing year. To finance this prolonged war, Japan needed resources it simply did not have. Oil, in particular, became an urgent necessity. Japan's industrial might depended heavily on oil imports, and the United States, once a major supplier, had begun to restrict oil exports to Japan in protest of its actions in China. By 1940, Japan faced a dire situation. Its oil reserves were running dangerously low, threatening to bring its war machine to a halt. With dwindling supplies and the war in China grinding on, Japan's leaders faced a difficult choice: either abandon their imperial ambitions or risk escalating the conflict to secure new sources of resources. The Southern Expansion Doctrine was born from this dilemma. Japanese strategists identified Southeast Asia as the solution to their resource crisis. The region was rich in oil, rubber, and other materials essential to Japan's economy and military. However, these territories were controlled by Western powers, primarily Britain, the Netherlands, and France, whose colonial holdings included the Dutch East Indies, modern-day Indonesia, Malaya, and French Indochina. Japan believed that by seizing control of these colonies, it could secure the resources needed to sustain its empire and reduce its dependence on Western imports. But Japan's strategy was fraught with risk. Moving into Southeast Asia would inevitably provoke the United States and its allies, who viewed Japan's expansionist policies as a threat to their own interests in the Pacific. The United States, in particular, had a significant presence in the region, with key bases in the Philippines and Hawaii, and maintained a vested interest in protecting its access to Asian markets. By pursuing its ambitions in Southeast Asia, Japan risked a full-scale war with the United States, a prospect that many Japanese leaders feared, but one they felt they could no longer avoid. In 1940, Japan signed the Tripartite Pact with Germany and Italy, formalizing an alliance with the Axis powers. This alliance was partly strategic, intended to deter the United States from intervening in Asia by presenting a united front. The pact stated that if any of the three nations were attacked by a country not currently involved in the European war, the others would come to its aid. Japan hoped that this show of strength would discourage the United States from opposing its actions in Asia. However, rather than deterring the U.S., the alliance only intensified American concerns about Japan's intentions, heightening tensions between the two nations. In July 1941, Japan took a decisive step by occupying French Indochina. This move aimed to cut off supply routes to Chinese forces resisting Japanese occupation and secure a strategic foothold in Southeast Asia. The United States, seeing this as an escalation, responded with severe economic sanctions. President Franklin D. Roosevelt froze Japanese assets in the U.S. and imposed a full oil embargo. For Japan, this was a crippling blow. The oil embargo threatened to bring the Japanese military and economy to a standstill within months. At this point, Japan's leaders believed they were left with no choice. Without oil, their empire could not survive. The alternative was economic strangulation. The Japanese government faced a grim decision: submit to U.S. demands and withdraw from China, abandoning years of effort and the national pride invested in the empire, or take drastic action to secure the resources it needed. After intense debate, Japan's military leaders decided that war was the only option. They would strike at the United States, hoping to secure a swift victory that would force the Americans to negotiate on favorable terms. The attack plan was bold and audacious, aiming to deliver a crippling blow to the U.S. Pacific Fleet based at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. Japanese strategists believed that if they could destroy the American fleet, the United States would be unable to mount a significant defense in the Pacific, giving Japan time to secure Southeast Asia and establish a defensive perimeter. The attack was meticulously planned, spearheaded by Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, who understood the risks of engaging the United States in a prolonged conflict but believed that a quick, decisive strike could buy Japan the time it needed. On the morning of December 7, 1941, Japan launched its surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. In the early hours, Japanese aircraft swept over the American naval base, dropping bombs and torpedoes on battleships, destroyers, and aircraft carriers anchored in the harbor. The attack was devastating. In just under 2 hours, the Japanese forces had destroyed or damaged 8 U.S. battleships, including the USS Arizona, and decimated hundreds of aircraft. Over 2,400 Americans lost their lives in the attack, and the once formidable U.S. Pacific Fleet was left crippled. Japan's leaders celebrated the attack as a resounding success, a bold move that had dealt a severe blow to their most formidable adversary. The public in Japan was elated, and propaganda hailed the attack as a testament to Japanese bravery and strategic genius. Yet, even amid the celebrations, some Japanese officials recognized that the attack on Pearl Harbor had committed Japan to a conflict of unprecedented scale, a conflict that would demand every ounce of Japan's resources, resolve, and resilience. The United States, far from being cowed into submission, responded with fierce determination. On December 8, 1941, President Roosevelt delivered his famous Day of Infamy speech, rallying the American public and declaring war on Japan. The attack on Pearl Harbor had awakened a sleeping giant. The American industrial machine shifted into overdrive, mobilizing millions of troops and resources for a war that would engulf the Pacific and reshape the world order. Following Pearl Harbor, Japan launched a rapid series of offensives across Southeast Asia and the Pacific, capturing territories with astonishing speed. Japanese forces occupied the Philippines, Malaya, Singapore, and the Dutch East Indies within months. These victories solidified Japan's control over the resource-rich regions it had long coveted, fulfilling the goals of the Southern Expansion Doctrine. The Japanese Empire now stretched across vast swathes of Asia and the Pacific, from the northern reaches of Manchuria to the jungles of Southeast Asia and the islands of the South Pacific. But the triumphs of early 1942 masked deeper issues within Japan's war strategy. The The vast territory Japan had claimed required extensive resources to defend, resources that Japan struggled to secure despite its recent conquests. Moreover, Japan's leaders had underestimated the industrial might and resolve of the United States, believing that the Americans, once bloodied, would sue for peace. Instead, the U.S. embarked on a relentless campaign of retribution, rebuilding its Pacific Fleet and launching counteroffensives that would gradually push Japanese forces back. The attack on Pearl Harbor marked a tragic miscalculation, a moment when Japan's leaders chose the path of war over diplomacy, believing that their empire's survival required them to challenge the world's most powerful nation. In doing so, they committed Japan to a struggle that would ultimately prove catastrophic, not only for the Japanese military but for the Japanese people, who would bear the brunt of the consequences as the war intensified. As Japan faced off against the United States in a brutal series of battles across the Pacific, at places like Midway, Guadalcanal, and Iwo Jima, the tide of war would slowly turn. The once seemingly unstoppable Japanese empire would be pushed to the brink, its ambitions shattered, and its people left to reckon with the devastating costs of imperial ambition. The attack on Pearl Harbor was a turning point, a moment that irrevocably changed the course of history. For Japan, it marked the beginning of the end, a decision that would lead not to the empire's dominance over Asia, but to its eventual downfall. And as the Pacific War unfolded, the Japanese empire would be forced to confront the limits of its power, the resilience of its enemies, and the profound human cost of its dreams of empire. With the attack on Pearl Harbor, Japan had committed itself to a vast and ambitious conflict across the Pacific. Initially, the strategy appeared to be working in Japan's favor. In a series of lightning-fast operations, the Japanese military swept across Southeast Asia and the Pacific, securing control over territories critical to its war effort. Within months of Pearl Harbor, Japan occupied Malaya, Singapore, the Philippines, and the Dutch East Indies, achieving dominance over the region and securing essential resources. This rapid expansion marked the height of the Japanese Empire, stretching across an area larger than it had ever held before, and at the time, it seemed that Japan was unstoppable. However, Japan's strategy in the Pacific was built on a precarious assumption that its early victories would force the United States and its allies to negotiate peace. Japan's leaders believed that the U.S. would view the cost of a prolonged war as too great, especially given the vast distances and challenging terrain of the Pacific. But they had underestimated the resolve and capacity of the American war machine. The United States, driven by a sense of duty and a deep-seated anger after Pearl Harbor, was not going to back down. Instead, America prepared for a prolonged and determined campaign to reclaim the Pacific and defeat Japan. Japan's early military successes relied on a strategy of swift, overwhelming force and precision strikes designed to overwhelm defenses before opposition could consolidate. This approach was spearheaded by highly skilled and well-trained Japanese pilots, who were unmatched in the early stages of the war. Japanese aircraft like the Mitsubishi A6M0, which outperformed many American planes in maneuverability, enabled Japan to dominate the skies in the first months of the conflict. Japanese naval forces, commanded by experienced officers, executed complex maneuvers with precision, allowing Japan to rapidly seize control of key strategic locations. One of Japan's most notable victories during this period was the fall of Singapore. Known as the Gibraltar of the East, due to its strategic importance and fortifications, Singapore was considered an impregnable stronghold by the British Empire. But in February 1942, Japanese forces launched a daring campaign that culminated in the capture of Singapore. Using innovative jungle warfare tactics, the Japanese bypassed heavily defended areas and exploited weaknesses in the British defenses. After a fierce battle, British forces surrendered, resulting in the capture of 80,000 British, Indian, and Australian troops in one of the largest military surrenders in British history. This victory not only demonstrated Japan's tactical prowess but also sent a shockwave through the Western world, highlighting the vulnerability of Western colonial powers in Asia. As Japan continued its conquests, it began fortifying its newly acquired territories, establishing defensive positions on islands across the Pacific. Japanese forces built a formidable network of bases, supply depots, and airfields, intending to create a defensive perimeter that would prevent American forces from launching direct attacks on the Japanese homeland. These fortified islands were intended to serve as a shield, buying Japan time to negotiate peace or consolidate its empire. The Japanese military prepared for a defensive war, training its soldiers to fight to the death to defend each island in the face of any American counterattack. Despite these preparations, Japan's expansion stretched its resources thin. Maintaining control over such a vast empire required significant manpower, fuel, and supplies, resources that Japan struggled to sustain even with its conquests. The Japanese military leadership recognized these limitations, but believed that their initial victories had bought them time. However, as the United States rapidly rebuilt its Pacific Fleet and mobilized its industrial capacity, Japan's leaders began to realize that the American counteroffensive was only a matter of time. The turning point in the Pacific War came in June 1942 at the Battle of Midway. This critical confrontation would ultimately decide the fate of Japan's ambitions in the Pacific. Midway Atoll, a small but strategically vital location about halfway between Asia and North America, served as a forward outpost for the U.S. If Japan could capture Midway, it would gain a critical base from which to threaten Hawaii and potentially force the U.S. into a defensive position. Japanese Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, the architect of the Pearl Harbor attack, planned a complex operation to lure the U.S. Pacific Fleet into a trap. Yamamoto intended to use Midway as bait, drawing American carriers into an ambush where Japanese forces could destroy them, thereby crippling American naval power in the Pacific. However, American cryptographers had broken parts of the Japanese naval code, allowing U.S. intelligence to anticipate Japan's plan. Armed with this information, the U.S. prepared a counter-ambush, setting the stage for a decisive battle. On the morning of June 4, 1942, the battle began as Japanese aircraft launched an initial assault on Midway's defenses. While Japanese bombers inflicted damage on the atoll, American aircraft carriers, hidden beyond the horizon, prepared for a surprise counterattack. The first wave of American torpedo bombers suffered heavy losses as they attempted to strike the Japanese fleet, but their sacrifice distracted Japanese air patrols, leaving the Japanese carriers vulnerable. As the Japanese planes returned to refuel and rearm, American dive bombers launched a surprise attack. In a matter of minutes, American bombers scored direct hits on 3 Japanese carriers, the Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu, setting them ablaze and rendering them inoperable. A 4th carrier, the Hiryu, briefly continued the fight, launching an attack that damaged the USS Yorktown, but it too was soon located and destroyed by American forces. In the span of a single day, Japan lost 4 of its most formidable aircraft carriers and hundreds of seasoned pilots. The Battle of Midway was a catastrophic defeat for Japan. The loss of its carriers and experienced aviators was a blow from which the Japanese Navy would never fully recover. Japan's capacity to project power across the Pacific was severely diminished, and its ambitious plans for expansion were abruptly halted. The Japanese Empire, once seemingly invincible, found itself on the defensive as American forces began their relentless counteroffensive. Midway marked the end of Japan's strategic initiative in the Pacific and the beginning of a grueling, attritional campaign that would ultimately bring the war to Japan's doorstep. American forces, now bolstered by their industrial superiority, began a strategy known as island hopping. This approach involved bypassing heavily fortified Japanese positions, focusing instead on capturing strategically valuable islands that could serve as staging points for further advances. As American forces moved closer to Japan, they liberated territories one by one, cutting off Japanese supply lines and undermining the empire's defensive perimeter. The shift in momentum after Midway had profound consequences for both the Japanese military and Japanese society. The defeat shattered the aura of invincibility that had surrounded the Japanese Navy, and the propaganda-driven confidence that had fueled Japan's conquests began to wane. Japanese soldiers, who had been told they were destined to lead Asia to glory, now faced the grim reality of defending isolated outposts with dwindling resources. The civilian population, too, began to feel the strain of war as food shortages, rationing, and Allied air raids took a toll on daily life in Japan. For Japan's leaders, the Battle of Midway underscored the limits of their empire's reach and the mounting costs of war. Yet surrender or retreat was unthinkable, and the Japanese government committed itself to fighting on, even as the odds turned increasingly against them. The doctrine of Bushido, the code of the warrior, encouraged soldiers to fight to the death rather than surrender, leading to brutal encounters as American forces pushed closer to Japan. The willingness of Japanese soldiers to sacrifice their lives became a defining feature of the Pacific War, making each American advance costly and foreshadowing the fierce resistance that lay ahead. Midway was not only a tactical defeat, but a strategic turning point that signaled the end of Japan's expansionist dreams. The Japanese Empire, once a juggernaut, now faced the combined might of the United States and its allies in a war of attrition that would test the limits of Japan's endurance. For the American military, Midway served as a rallying point, a moment that demonstrated the resilience and resolve needed to turn the tide of war. As U.S. forces began their island-hopping campaign, the stage was set for a series of brutal battles that would bring the conflict ever closer to the Japanese homeland. This victory shifted the balance of power in the Pacific, with American forces now on the offensive. The Japanese Empire, facing mounting losses and dwindling resources, would find itself gradually pushed back, island by island, as the Allies closed in. The war was far from over, but the Battle of Midway had set the course for Japan's eventual defeat, marking the beginning of a long, painful descent for an empire that had once seemed unstoppable. As American and Allied forces prepared to confront Japan in some of the bloodiest battles of the Pacific War, Japan's leaders and people were forced to reckon with the true cost of their imperial ambitions. The dream of an Asian empire was slipping away, and the reality of war, its suffering, its sacrifices, and its inexorable tide, was beginning to dawn on a nation that had been led to believe in its own invincibility. The Battle of Midway had reshaped the Pacific conflict, but it was only the beginning of a grueling campaign that would test the endurance and resolve of both sides. After Midway, the United States embarked on an aggressive, painstaking strategy called island hopping. This plan aimed to bypass heavily fortified Japanese positions, instead capturing strategically located islands to serve as forward bases for the next phase of the Allied advance. The island-hopping strategy allowed the U.S. to steadily push toward Japan while cutting off Japanese forces stationed on isolated islands, leaving them without supplies or reinforcements. The island-hopping campaign was a series of fierce battles fought across coral atolls, dense jungles, and volcanic islands, each one marked by extreme conditions, grueling combat, and unimaginable sacrifices. For Japanese soldiers defending each island, surrender was not an option. The Japanese military code of Bushido demanded that soldiers fight to the last man. The result was a series of brutal encounters where American forces encountered an enemy that would rather die than give up. The campaign began with the Battle of Guadalcanal in August 1942, the first major offensive by Allied forces against Japan. Guadalcanal, located in the Solomon Islands, was critical to Japan's defensive perimeter in the Pacific. The Japanese had built an airfield there, which they planned to use as a launching point for attacks against Allied shipping and bases in the region. American forces, led by the U.S. Marines, launched a surprise assault to seize the airfield, marking the beginning of a 6-month battle that would test the endurance and resolve of both armies. The fighting on Guadalcanal was relentless, taking place in dense jungles and swampy terrain where tropical diseases claimed nearly as many lives as enemy bullets. The conditions were grueling for the soldiers on both sides, who faced searing heat, relentless rain, and scarce supplies. For American forces, Guadalcanal became a test of resilience and adaptability. They had to learn to fight in the jungle, navigate treacherous terrain, and counter the guerrilla tactics employed by Japanese forces who used the dense foliage to their advantage. Japanese soldiers on Guadalcanal fought with remarkable tenacity, launching repeated nighttime assaults that became known as banzai charges, suicidal frontal attacks meant to overwhelm American defenses. These assaults inflicted heavy casualties on both sides, but ultimately, the Japanese forces were worn down by the Americans' superior firepower and logistics. After months of brutal combat, the Japanese finally evacuated Guadalcanal in February 1943. This victory was a significant morale boost for the Allies, proving that the Japanese military, while formidable, could be defeated. Following Guadalcanal, American forces moved northward through the Gilbert and Marshall Islands, targeting atolls like Tarawa and Kwajalein. These islands were heavily fortified, with Japanese defenders determined to make each one a fortress that would delay the American advance. The Battle of Tarawa in November 1943 was a particularly brutal engagement, with American forces facing intense Japanese resistance. The island was small, less than 3 square miles in total, but Japanese defenders had transformed it into a maze of bunkers, trenches, and artillery positions. The American assault on Tarawa was one of the bloodiest battles of the Pacific War. U.S. Marines faced fierce resistance from the entrenched Japanese defenders, who fought almost to the last man. After 3 days of intense combat, the Americans finally secured the island, but at a staggering cost. Over 1,000 Marines were killed, and nearly all of the 4,500 Japanese defenders died in the battle. Tarawa demonstrated the challenges that lay ahead for American forces in the Pacific. Each island would be a costly victory, with fierce resistance from Japanese soldiers who were prepared to die rather than surrender. As American forces continued their advance, they faced even tougher resistance at places like Saipan, Guam, and Tinian in the Mariana Islands. These islands were closer to Japan and held greater strategic importance, as capturing them would bring the Japanese mainland within range of American bombers. The Battle of Saipan, fought in June and July 1944, was a critical engagement in the island-hopping campaign. The Japanese understood that losing Saipan would expose Japan's cities to direct air raids, and they were determined to hold the island at all costs. The fighting on Saipan was some of the fiercest of the entire Pacific campaign. Japanese forces, outnumbered and outgunned, used the island's rugged terrain to their advantage, digging into caves and tunnels that made it difficult for American forces to dislodge them. The U.S. Marines and Army troops advancing through Saipan encountered not only Japanese soldiers but also civilians who had been told by Japanese propaganda that the Americans would brutalize them if they were captured. Many Japanese civilians chose suicide over surrender, a tragic reflection of the intensity of Japanese indoctrination and the desperation that gripped the island's defenders. In a final act of defiance, Japanese forces on Saipan launched a massive banzai charge, one of the largest of the war. Thousands of Japanese soldiers, wielding bayonets and swords, stormed American positions in a last-ditch effort to repel the invaders. The charge was ultimately futile, but it inflicted heavy casualties on American forces. By the end of the battle, nearly all Japanese soldiers and a significant number of civilians had died, underscoring the fanatical resistance that characterized the Pacific War. The capture of Saipan had a profound impact on the course of the war. With airbases established on Saipan, Guam, and Tinian, the United States was now within bombing range of Japan's home islands. From these bases, the U.S. launched relentless bombing raids against Japanese cities, including the devastating firebombing of Tokyo in 1945, which caused immense destruction and loss of life. The American strategy aimed to break the Japanese will to resist by targeting their industrial capacity and morale. Yet even as Japan's cities burned, the Japanese government refused to consider surrender, determined to fight to the bitter end. After Saipan, the U.S. continued its advance, capturing the Philippines in a series of bloody battles, including the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the largest naval battle in history. Here, the Japanese Navy made a final, desperate attempt to repel the American invasion but suffered a decisive defeat. In a harbinger of the fanaticism to come, Japanese pilots launched the first organized kamikaze attacks during the battle, deliberately crashing their planes into American ships in a desperate bid to slow the U.S. advance. The campaign culminated in two of the most brutal battles of the Pacific War, Iwo Jima and Okinawa. These islands were close to Japan's home islands, making them critical targets for the final phase of the American strategy. The Battle of Iwo Jima, fought in early 1945, was a harrowing engagement where American forces faced entrenched Japanese soldiers who fought from a network of tunnels and bunkers on the island's rugged terrain. The iconic photograph of U.S. Marines raising the American flag atop Mount Suribachi became a symbol of American determination, but it came at a high cost. Nearly 7,000 Americans died, along with over 20,000 Japanese defenders who fought to the death. Okinawa, the largest and bloodiest battle of the Pacific War, followed shortly after. American forces landed on Okinawa in April 1945, facing fierce resistance from Japanese soldiers who had fortified the island's ridges and hills. The battle lasted nearly 3 months, with intense fighting that claimed over 12,000 American lives and killed more than 100,000 Japanese soldiers and civilians. Kamikaze attacks intensified during the battle, with hundreds of Japanese pilots sacrificing themselves in suicide missions against the American fleet. The Battle of Okinawa provided a grim preview of what an invasion of the Japanese home islands might entail, with Japanese forces demonstrating a willingness to fight to the last, even at the cost of their own lives. The island-hopping campaign had brought the United States to Japan's doorstep, but the cost in human lives and suffering was immense. For American forces, each island captured was a painful victory, won through sacrifice and resilience. For the Japanese, the campaign represented the gradual collapse of the empire they had fought so hard to expand. With each defeat, the Japanese military was pushed further back, its resources drained and its forces decimated. Yet Japan's leaders continued to resist surrender, even as the Allied forces prepared for the final phase of the conflict. By the summer of 1945, the United States was poised to launch an invasion of Japan's home islands. American military planners feared that such an invasion would result in unprecedented casualties, as Japanese forces were expected to defend their homeland with the same fanaticism they had shown throughout the Pacific campaign. The devastating human toll of the island-hopping strategy, combined with Japan's refusal to surrender, led American leaders to consider a new, untested weapon that would ultimately bring the Pacific War to a swift and harrowing conclusion: the atomic bomb. As the island-hopping campaign drew to a close, the Japanese empire stood on the brink of collapse. The once mighty empire that had stretched across Asia and the Pacific was now confined to its home islands, battered and broken by years of relentless combat. The dream of a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere had been shattered, replaced by the harsh reality of war and loss. For Japan, the final chapter was about to begin, a chapter that would forever change the course of history. The Allied forces had fought a long, grueling campaign to bring Japan to this point. From Guadalcanal to Okinawa, they had faced an enemy who fought with a determination and sacrifice that few had anticipated. Now, as they prepared for the ultimate confrontation, the world watched anxiously, knowing that the war in the Pacific was nearing its end but uncertain of the cost that the final victory would entail. The relentless advance of Allied forces through the Pacific reached its grim climax as the year 1945 wore on. After years of bloodshed, the United States and its allies stood at the threshold of Japan's homeland, prepared to deliver the final blow that would bring down the Japanese empire. However, victory in the Pacific was not yet assured, and the prospect of an invasion of the Japanese home islands, an invasion that would involve not just American soldiers but millions of civilians, was a daunting and terrifying proposition. The Japanese empire, although battered, had shown a tenacity that defied expectations. The decision that would change the course of the war and history itself now loomed on the horizon, and it would be made not by soldiers in the field, but by leaders, scientists, and politicians in secret, behind closed doors. The battle for the Pacific had been fierce and unyielding. Island after island had been captured at an unimaginable cost. Each victory brought the Allies closer to Japan, but also revealed the terrifying nature of Japanese defense. The Battle of Iwo Jima, which had claimed the lives of over 6,800 American soldiers, was a cruel reminder of how difficult it would be to secure Japan itself. The iconic flag raising on Mount Suribachi signified not a quick victory, but a bitter, protracted struggle that had barely begun. And then came Okinawa, the bloodiest of all. The U.S. Army and Marine Corps had fought for nearly 3 months against fanatical Japanese defenders, in terrain that was equally brutal and unforgiving. At the end of the battle in June 1945, more than 12,000 Americans had perished, and nearly 100,000 Japanese soldiers and civilians had died. The death toll from both sides was staggering, and the battle's ferocity left the Allies grimly aware of what an invasion of Japan would entail. The United States military had estimated that an invasion of the Japanese home islands could cost the lives of up to 1 million Americans and potentially 5 to 10 million Japanese civilians and soldiers. Faced with such horrific predictions, military planners and political leaders alike began to consider other options, solutions that could end the war with fewer lives lost. It was in this context that one of the most extraordinary and controversial decisions of the 20th century was made. In the midst of this nightmare of bloodshed, a new weapon had been developed in the United States, one whose destructive power was so immense that it would change the nature of warfare forever. The atomic bomb, a weapon unlike anything the world had ever seen, was ready for deployment. It had been developed in near-total secrecy under the Manhattan Project, a top-secret research and development program that brought together the best minds in science, engineering, and military strategy. The decision to use the atomic bomb was not taken lightly. The scientists who developed it, many of them refugees from Europe who had fled the rise of Nazism, were well aware of the profound consequences their creation would have. Many of them, including J. Robert Oppenheimer, the scientific director of the Manhattan Project, were torn between the potential to end the war and the ethical implications of unleashing such a devastating force. Oppenheimer himself famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita upon witnessing the first test of the bomb in the New Mexico desert, saying, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." However, the devastating human cost of continued war, and the horrors of Okinawa, pushed the decision-makers to act. President Harry S. Truman, who had assumed the presidency after the death of Franklin D. Roosevelt in April 1945, was left to make the final call. Truman's options were limited. Japan had shown no signs of surrendering, despite the relentless naval blockade and the growing devastation wrought by conventional bombing. The Japanese military code of Bushido, which demanded that soldiers fight to the death rather than surrender, meant that even the idea of a negotiated peace was unthinkable. In the midst of this deadly stalemate, Truman's advisors presented him with a stark choice: invade Japan with the certainty of a drawn-out and bloody war, or use the atomic bomb to bring an end to the conflict. Ultimately, Truman and his advisors chose the latter, believing that the bomb would force Japan to surrender and save countless lives in the process. They were aware that the weapon's destruction would be unprecedented, but they argued that it was the only way to end the war swiftly and decisively. The first atomic bomb was dropped on the city of Hiroshima on August 6, 1945. The bomb, nicknamed Little Boy, was a uranium-based weapon, and its explosion was catastrophic. The bomb leveled much of the city, killing an estimated 140,000 people, either instantly or from radiation sickness in the days and weeks following the attack. Buildings were reduced to rubble, fires raged uncontrollably, and entire neighborhoods vanished in an instant. The devastation was so total that even the Japanese government, which had maintained its resolve through years of war, could not ignore the scale of the destruction. However, despite the horror of Hiroshima, the Japanese leadership, still under the influence of the military, hesitated to surrender. Japan's militaristic factions, led by generals and senior officers, believed that the war could still be won through a long defense, hoping to secure a more favorable peace settlement. They were determined to continue the fight, to sacrifice whatever it took to preserve the honor and sovereignty of the Japanese Empire. A mere 3 days later, on August 9, 1945, the United States dropped a second atomic bomb on the city of Nagasaki. This bomb, Fat Man, was a plutonium-based weapon, and it wrought destruction similar to Hiroshima's, killing an estimated 70,000 people and leveling much of the city. This second bombing, along with the mounting devastation and the Soviet Union's entry into the war against Japan on August 8, 1945, finally forced Japan to confront the reality of its situation. On August 15, 1945, Emperor Hirohito, the figurehead of the Japanese state, announced Japan's unconditional surrender in a historic radio address. For the first time in the nation's history, the emperor spoke directly to his people, urging them to accept defeat and to end the war. His message was clear: Japan's fate had been sealed, and the time had come to stop the fighting. The Japanese surrender was officially signed on September 2, 1945, aboard the American battleship USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay, bringing the Pacific War to a formal close. The surrender marked the end of the Japanese Empire, which had expanded across much of Asia and the Pacific. The United States and its allies had achieved victory, but the cost was staggering. The atomic bomb had played a decisive role in ending the war, but its use remains one of the most controversial decisions in the history of warfare. The fall of the Japanese Empire marked the end of an era. The empire that had once ruled vast territories across Asia was now in ruins, and Japan itself lay in devastation. The atomic bomb had irrevocably altered the landscape of warfare and geopolitics, and its impact would resonate for decades to come. For the Japanese people, the surrender was a bitter pill to swallow. The war had cost them dearly, both in terms of human lives and national pride. The road to recovery would be long, and Japan's post-war era would be shaped by occupation, reconstruction, and the painful process of coming to terms with the horrors of the war. For the world, the end of the Pacific War marked the conclusion of the most destructive conflict in history. The fall of the Japanese Empire heralded the beginning of a new global order, one that would be dominated by the United States and the Soviet Union, as the Cold War began to take shape. Japan, once an imperial power, would rebuild from the ashes of defeat, its future uncertain but filled with the promise of renewal and transformation. And so, the fall of the Japanese Empire came not just through military conquests but through the overwhelming force of new technology, the atomic bomb. The decision to use it would forever change the way wars were fought and the way the world understood the balance of power. For those who lived through it, the war was a brutal, often unfathomable experience, one whose repercussions are still felt today. In the aftermath, the world would begin the process of rebuilding, understanding that the ultimate cost of victory was not measured merely in lives lost, but in the moral and ethical challenges of wielding such devastating power. The surrender of Japan on August 15, 1945, brought an end to nearly a decade of warfare that had consumed the Pacific. The Japanese Empire, which once spanned much of Asia and the Pacific Ocean, was no more. Yet, in the aftermath of war, the nation that had once been a symbol of military might found itself in ruins, its cities decimated, its people broken. The end of the Pacific War marked the beginning of an even more challenging chapter for Japan, a chapter of occupation, transformation, and profound reflection. The surrender was formalized on September 2, 1945, when the Japanese government, led by Emperor Hirohito, signed the instrument of surrender aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. The American flag flew over the deck of the battleship, signaling the victory of the Allied powers and the culmination of the bloodiest conflict in history. But while the war was officially over, the road ahead for Japan would be long, difficult, and uncertain. The destruction that had ravaged the Japanese home islands left the country in a state of devastation never seen before. The devastation in Japan was staggering. Major cities like Tokyo, Osaka, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki had been leveled by bombing raids, leaving vast swathes of the population homeless and hungry. The atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki had caused unspeakable human suffering, with tens of thousands killed instantly and countless others suffering from the effects of radiation poisoning. Entire neighborhoods had been reduced to rubble, and the country's industrial capacity, once a powerhouse of the Asian economy, was in ruins. In addition to the immediate toll on infrastructure and civilians, Japan's military apparatus was shattered. The Imperial Army and Navy, once the pride of the empire, were now reduced to mere remnants of their former selves. Japanese soldiers, who had fought with fanatical determination throughout the war, were now left without orders or leadership. Japan's political system, too, was left in disarray. The government that had led the nation into war was in disarray, and the emperor, once considered a divine figure, found himself at the center of a new political order. For the United States and its allies, the task ahead was to reshape Japan into a peaceable, stable nation. But the question loomed: how could such a defeated and humiliated country recover from the ashes of war? What would become of the empire that had once harbored ambitions of controlling all of Asia? The answer to these questions lay in the hands of the supreme commander for the Allied powers, General Douglas MacArthur, who was appointed to oversee the occupation of Japan. MacArthur, an experienced and controversial figure in American military history, was tasked with not just overseeing the Japanese surrender, but with overseeing the country's transition into a post-war state. The occupation of Japan was unprecedented in its scope and ambition. The first step was to ensure that Japan would never again pose a military threat. Under MacArthur's guidance, the Japanese military was disbanded, and all military-related institutions were dismantled. The Japanese Imperial Army and Navy were abolished, and Japan's war-making capacity was eradicated. The Japanese Constitution, drafted under American supervision, was rewritten, removing the emperor from his position of supreme authority. In its place, a new democratic system was established. Perhaps the most profound and controversial decision in this process was the question of the emperor's role. For centuries, the Emperor of Japan had been regarded as a divine figure, worshipped as a living god by the Japanese people. Emperor Hirohito had been at the helm of the empire throughout the war, and while there was debate among the Allies over whether he should be prosecuted for war crimes, MacArthur ultimately made the fateful decision to retain him. This decision, which angered many in the Allied camp, was driven by a belief that Hirohito's symbolic position as emperor could be leveraged to maintain stability in post-war Japan. On January 1, 1946, Emperor Hirohito addressed the Japanese people in a historic radio broadcast, where he declared that he was no longer considered divine. In the broadcast, Hirohito acknowledged Japan's defeat and expressed remorse for the suffering caused by the war. He also urged the Japanese people to accept their new reality, embracing the transition to a peaceful nation. This speech marked a symbolic end to the era of divine emperorship and the start of a new, democratic Japan. While the emperor's position was redefined, MacArthur and the occupying forces took significant steps to change the political, social, and economic fabric of Japanese society. One of the first reforms implemented was the demilitarization of Japan, which included the dismantling of its military-industrial complexes, the dissolution of the officer corps, and the prohibition of military activities. Japan's military leadership, including key figures from the Imperial Army and Navy, was put on trial for war crimes, with several prominent generals and politicians facing conviction for their roles in starting the war. However, many of the higher-ranking officials escaped the worst punishments, and some, like Emperor Hirohito, were left untouched. Simultaneously, democratization efforts took root. MacArthur oversaw the creation of a new constitution for Japan, one that shifted political power away from the emperor and the military elite to the people. The new Japanese constitution, enacted in 1947, was rooted in democratic ideals and emphasized human rights, civil liberties, and the renunciation of war as a means of resolving international disputes. Article 9 of the Constitution, perhaps the most famous provision, explicitly renounced war and prohibited Japan from maintaining a military force for offensive purposes. The idea was to transform Japan into a pacifist nation, devoted to diplomacy rather than conflict. Economic reforms were also crucial in Japan's post-war transformation. The Land Reform Program, which redistributed land from large landowners to tenant farmers, fundamentally altered the agrarian landscape. This reform not only broke the power of traditional feudal landholders but also provided a foundation for a more equal and prosperous society. The Zaibatsu, the powerful industrial conglomerates that had been key players in Japan's war effort, were broken up to promote a more competitive and democratic economy. Despite the immediate hardships caused by the war, the post-war period also marked the beginning of Japan's miraculous economic recovery. The country, initially devastated by the destruction of war, began to rebuild rapidly under the guidance of American financial support and economic advice. The Marshall Plan aid to Europe was mirrored by U.S. aid to Japan, though the support was not as extensive. Japan's industrial base was quickly revitalized, and the country saw unprecedented levels of economic growth in the years following the war. Japan's export-driven economy boomed, and by the 1960s, the country had become one of the world's leading industrial powers. Socially, Japan underwent significant changes. Traditional roles, particularly those of women, began to shift. The new constitution granted women the right to vote, and social reforms helped transform Japan into a more egalitarian society. Education reforms also laid the groundwork for the development of a highly skilled workforce that would drive the nation's economic success in the following decades. The United States, having poured vast resources into Japan's reconstruction, also maintained a military presence in the country. This presence, marked by the establishment of U.S. military bases in Japan, ensured that the country remained an ally of the United States during the Cold War. Japan's post-war position in the global order was shaped not just by its domestic changes, but also by its alignment with the West, particularly as the Korean War, 1950 to 1953, and the Cold War took shape. As the decades passed, the scars of war began to fade, and Japan's post-war rebirth became a symbol of the power of transformation. From a defeated, war-torn empire, Japan emerged as a prosperous, democratic, and pacifist nation, a dramatic change that few could have predicted in 1945. The path was fraught with challenges, but the resilience of the Japanese people, combined with American guidance and support, helped propel Japan into an era of peace, prosperity, and technological innovation. Yet, even as Japan rebuilt, the shadows of its imperial past lingered. The legacies of the war, the bombings, and the occupation remained in the collective memory of both the Japanese people and the wider world. The process of coming to terms with this painful history would continue throughout the post-war period, and questions of national identity and responsibility would persist long after the formal end of the occupation in 1952. The fall of the Japanese Empire and the subsequent occupation and transformation of Japan stand as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. From the ashes of defeat, Japan would rise again, not as a military power, but as a beacon of peace, democracy, and economic prowess. The lessons learned from this remarkable journey continue to shape not only Japan but the global community as a whole. The end of the Pacific War marked not just the fall of the Japanese Empire, but the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's history, one in which the scars of war would heal, and a new, peaceful nation would emerge from the shadows of its imperial past. The post-war era, though marked by hardship and struggle, would become a time of unprecedented growth and change, shaping the future of the nation for generations to come. As Japan emerged from the ravages of war, its transformation from a military power to a peaceful, democratic society stood as one of the 20th century's most extraordinary stories. But the legacy of the Japanese Empire, and the vast empire it once ruled, would not fade with the signing of peace treaties and the end of occupation. The scars left by Japan's imperial ambitions, the brutality of the Pacific War, and the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki remained embedded in the collective memory of both the Japanese people and the wider world. The post-war period was not simply a matter of rebuilding, it was also one of reckoning, a confrontation with the past. The fall of the Japanese Empire had left an indelible mark on history, one that would shape the nation's self-perception, its relations with its neighbors, and its role in the international community. The path to reconciliation would be long and fraught with challenges. How would Japan confront the darker chapters of its history, and how would its neighbors, many of whom had been victims of Japanese imperialism, come to terms with the legacy of the war? For Japan, the question of war responsibility was one that would haunt the nation for decades. The Japanese government, under Emperor Hirohito, had led the empire into war, and its military forces had committed atrocities across Asia. In places like Nanking, modern-day Nanjing, Manila, and throughout China, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific Islands, Japanese soldiers had carried out horrific acts of violence, including massacres, forced labor, and sexual slavery. The most infamous of these was the so-called comfort women system, where tens of thousands of women, many from occupied territories like Korea, China, and the Philippines, were forced into sexual servitude by the imperial army. These acts of aggression were deeply ingrained in the history of the Japanese Empire, but for many years, they were downplayed or denied by the Japanese government. During the post-war occupation, General MacArthur and the Allied forces made efforts to reframe Japan's image as a peaceful nation, but the question of war crimes and accountability could not be so easily ignored. In 1946, the Tokyo trials were held to prosecute Japanese war criminals, a process similar to the Nuremberg trials in Europe. Several of Japan's political and military leaders were tried and convicted for their roles in the war, with Prime Minister Hideki Tojo among the most prominent figures sentenced to death. However, not all of those responsible for Japan's imperial expansion were brought to justice, and many of the atrocities committed during the war remained unaddressed for years. The Yasukuni Shrine, in Tokyo, a Shinto shrine dedicated to Japan's war dead, became a focal point of controversy. The shrine honors soldiers who died in Japan's wars, but it also enshrines Class A war criminals, those responsible for the most egregious acts of aggression. Visits to the shrine by Japanese political leaders, including prime ministers, sparked outrage among neighboring countries, particularly China and South Korea, who viewed these visits as a sign of Japan's reluctance to fully acknowledge its wartime actions. As Japan rebuilt itself in the decades following the war, the question of reconciliation became central to its foreign relations. In the 1950s and 1960s, Japan signed a series of peace treaties with former adversaries, most notably the Treaty of Peace with the Republic of China, 1952, and the Treaty of Peace with the Allied Powers, signed in 1951 and coming into effect in 1952, which formally ended the state of war and restored Japan's sovereignty. Japan also signed a Treaty of Peace with South Korea in 1965, which included reparations and compensation for some of the wartime suffering. However, despite these diplomatic efforts, issues of historical memory and apology persisted. In 1972, Japan formally apologized for its wartime actions in a statement by Prime Minister Kentaro Togo, and in 1993, Prime Minister Tomichi Murayama issued a heartfelt Murayama statement, in which he expressed deep remorse and an apology for the suffering caused by Japan's actions during the war. These gestures were significant, but they were often met with mixed reactions. Many Japanese citizens, especially younger generations, had little direct connection to the war and felt a sense of disconnection from the crimes of the past. Meanwhile, in countries like China and Korea, the scars of occupation remained fresh, and many continued to demand greater accountability for the horrors of war. Perhaps the most enduring issue for Japan, in terms of reconciliation, has been the legacy of its military aggression in Asia. The memory of the brutal occupation, and particularly the experiences of the victims, remains a source of tension. The Chinese government, for example, frequently reminds Japan of its imperial past, using it as a basis for diplomatic pressure, particularly during times of political friction. Likewise, the Korean comfort women issue has remained a sensitive point in Japan's relations with both South Korea and North Korea. Despite apologies, the Japanese government's failure to offer direct compensation to the surviving victims, many of whom are now elderly, remains a contentious issue. For Japan, one of the most profound ways to come to terms with its imperial legacy has been through peace education. Beginning in the post-war years, Japanese schools introduced programs that focused on the consequences of war, peace, and Japan's role in the global community. These programs, coupled with the constitutional commitment to pacifism, have helped to shape a generation of Japanese citizens who, by and large, have grown up with a strong sense of anti-war sentiment. Yet even with this pacifist ethos, Japan's military identity has undergone significant changes in the 21st century. The end of the Cold War, combined with rising tensions in East Asia, particularly with China and North Korea, has led Japan to gradually rethink its security posture. The country's self-defense forces, which were originally created as a strictly defensive force in accordance with its pacifist constitution, have been gradually expanded and restructured. In 2014, Japan's national security legislation allowed the country to engage in collective self-defense, essentially giving Japan the ability to come to the aid of its allies in the event of an attack. The reinterpretation of Article 9 of Japan's constitution, which had renounced war, has been a point of debate. Critics argue that this shift represents a dangerous step back from Japan's post-war commitment to pacifism, while others view it as a pragmatic response to the changing security environment in East Asia. Economically, Japan's transformation has been nothing short of miraculous. The destruction that Japan's cities suffered during the war has been fully reversed. By the 1960s and 1970s, Japan had become one of the world's leading economies, known for its technological innovation, manufacturing prowess, and cultural influence. The country's automobile and electronics industries led the way, and Japan's economic model became a point of fascination for the rest of the world. However, this economic miracle came at a cost. The rapid industrialization of post-war Japan has been linked to environmental degradation, overwork, and a society focused on production and consumption. Additionally, Japan's aging population and declining birth rate have presented new challenges for the country as it moves into the 21st century. Despite these challenges, Japan remains a global economic power and a key player in international affairs. Politically, Japan's path has been dominated by the Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, which has held power for much of the post-war period. The country's political system has been characterized by stability, with periodic challenges from opposition parties. In recent years, the question of Japan's role in the international community has grown more prominent, as debates over military policy and national defense intensify. Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who served from 2012 to 2020, was a key figure in pushing for constitutional revisions and a more assertive military stance, though his tenure was also marked by tensions with neighboring countries over historical issues. The Japanese Empire, once a vast and powerful force, is now but a distant memory. Yet its legacy, both dark and complex, continues to shape Japan's place in the world. The nation's post-war rebirth has been a remarkable story of recovery, economic success, and political evolution. But it is also a story of a nation grappling with the enduring consequences of its imperial past, and of the effort to reconcile with those who suffered at the hands of Japan's aggression. As Japan moves further into the 21st century, the memory of its imperial past remains alive, not just in history books but in the ongoing dialogue about peace, apology, and reconciliation. Japan's transformation from a war machine to a global advocate for peace is one of the most extraordinary transitions in modern history. And while the shadow of the Japanese Empire may never fully fade, the resilience and resolve of the Japanese people to build a peaceful future stands as a testament to the enduring power of reconciliation and renewal. The fall of the Japanese Empire marked a turning point in history, an empire that had once sought to dominate Asia, now a nation that has come to embody peace, prosperity, and the potential for transformation. The legacy of its empire continues to shape not only Japan, but the entire Asia-Pacific region and the world. And while the wounds of the past may never fully heal, the hope for a future defined by peace and cooperation remains ever present. In the years following the devastation of World War II, Japan's transformation into one of the world's most formidable economic powers seemed almost miraculous. The nation, once the center of imperial ambition and destruction, embarked on a journey of recovery that defied expectations. Its rapid economic growth during the post-war period, which has been dubbed the Japanese economic miracle, became a model for the world, reshaping not just Japan's position in the global order, but also its cultural and political identity. Yet this economic boom was not without its own set of challenges, contradictions, and social transformations. The seeds of Japan's recovery were sown in the wake of the war's end, in the immediate post-war period when the nation lay in ruins. Cities were reduced to rubble, and its industrial capacity was shattered. Yet, despite this destruction, the Japanese people exhibited an extraordinary resilience, driven by a strong work ethic, a culture of group harmony, and a deep desire for peace and reconstruction. The challenges were immense. The economy was in shambles, and food and resources were scarce. Yet, Japan found a path forward, not through military conquest, but through an unprecedented industrial and technological revolution. The United States, after its victory in the Pacific War, had a significant influence on Japan's post-war direction. Under the leadership of General Douglas MacArthur, the Allied occupation of Japan, 1945 to 1952, laid the groundwork for the country's eventual rise as a global economic powerhouse. During the occupation, MacArthur's administration implemented sweeping reforms to dismantle Japan's militaristic institutions, but it also helped to stabilize the economy. Land reforms were enacted, redistributing land from large landowners to tenant farmers, effectively democratizing agriculture and boosting productivity. Labor unions were encouraged, and education was restructured to emphasize pacifism, democracy, and scientific advancement. One of the key pillars of Japan's economic resurgence was its emphasis on education and innovation. Japanese schools focused on science, technology, and engineering, creating a highly skilled workforce capable of powering the nation's industries. The government also fostered close ties between business and the state, with the Ministry of International Trade and Industry (MITI) playing a pivotal role in coordinating industrial policy and directing investments. The collaboration between government and industry allowed for rapid technological advancements and the development of a strong industrial base, particularly in manufacturing and electronics. By the mid-1950s, Japan had begun to rebuild its industrial infrastructure, focusing on industries such as steel, automobiles, and machinery. The economy grew at an astonishing rate, averaging annual growth rates of nearly 10% throughout the 1960s and 1970s. The Japanese automobile industry became a world leader, with companies like Toyota, Honda, and Nissan leading the charge. Japan's rise to prominence as the world's largest car producer was symbolic of the broader industrial boom. In just a few short decades, Japan had gone from a country ravaged by war to a global leader in technology and innovation. The expansion of Japan's automobile industry was not an isolated phenomenon. It was part of a larger trend in which Japanese companies became key players in the global market. By the late 1960s, Japan had established itself as a major player in the electronics industry, with companies like Sony, Panasonic, and Sharp revolutionizing consumer electronics. Japan's products were known for their quality, precision, and innovation, which quickly made them highly competitive in global markets. From television sets to cameras, radios to audio equipment, Japan became synonymous with cutting-edge technology. The country's industrial success was supported by an equally impressive infrastructure boom. Japan's railway systems, particularly the Shinkansen, bullet train, became symbols of technological progress. The introduction of the Shinkansen in 1964 revolutionized travel, cutting down travel times between major cities and becoming a symbol of Japan's commitment to modernity and efficiency. Japan's ability to integrate cutting-edge technology into its daily life, while maintaining an unwavering focus on quality and precision, became a hallmark of the nation's growth. However, this rapid industrial growth was not without its drawbacks. Japan's reliance on exports to fuel its economy created significant trade imbalances, and as the nation's industries expanded, environmental concerns began to rise. Japan's industrialization led to increased pollution, particularly in its urban areas, as factories belched smoke and rivers became contaminated. The growth of the automobile industry, while creating jobs and boosting the economy, also contributed to traffic congestion, air pollution, and environmental degradation. The Minamata disaster in the 1950s, caused by mercury poisoning from a chemical factory, and other incidents of pollution, galvanized public awareness about environmental issues. The government's initial focus was on economic growth, and environmental concerns were often pushed aside in favor of industrial expansion. However, as the economic miracle began to stabilize in the 1970s, public pressure and global awareness about environmental protection started to push Japan toward a more sustainable path. By the 1980s, Japan had adopted a number of environmental regulations aimed at reducing pollution and protecting the environment. Japan became a pioneer in clean technology and energy efficiency, focusing on green technologies that would help sustain the country's growth without sacrificing its future. As Japan's economy boomed, so did its international influence. The country's economic rise coincided with a changing global order in the latter half of the 20th century. With the decline of European colonial empires and the end of the Cold War, Japan emerged as a major player on the world stage. By the 1970s and 1980s, Japan was a member of the G7, group of 7 industrialized nations, and its financial markets became integral to the global economy. Tokyo's Nikkei 225 stock index became one of the most important financial benchmarks in the world, and Japanese companies were major investors in the global economy. Japan's global influence was not just limited to economics and finance. The country also became a cultural force, as its traditional arts, cinema, fashion, and technology began to reach a global audience. Anime, manga, and video games became internationally popular, influencing generations of fans worldwide. Japanese films, particularly works by directors such as Akira Kurosawa and Hayao Miyazaki, gained international acclaim and helped shape global perceptions of Japan. Meanwhile, Japanese fashion designers and architects gained recognition for their innovative and minimalist designs. Yet, even as Japan's global influence grew, there were internal challenges that remained unresolved. Japan's demographic crisis, driven by a low birth rate and aging population, was one of the most pressing issues. The country's shrinking workforce posed significant challenges to its economy, particularly as the labor force became increasingly older. Aging infrastructure and the cost of maintaining a large elderly population placed a strain on public resources, and Japan struggled to adjust to these demographic shifts. Moreover, Japan's traditional reliance on family structures and social security systems faced growing pressure in an era of rapid modernization and globalization. Another challenge was Japan's role in the evolving security landscape of East Asia. While Japan had adhered to a pacifist constitution since the end of World War II, the rise of China as an economic and military power, as well as growing tensions with North Korea, led to debates about Japan's military posture. Calls for a revised constitution that would allow Japan to establish a more proactive defense posture grew louder in the early 21st century, particularly under the leadership of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. While Japan remained committed to peace, the changing dynamics of the region forced the country to reconsider its security policies, leading to a shift towards a more assertive stance. Despite these challenges, Japan's transformation over the past century has been nothing short of extraordinary. The country that once sought to expand its empire through conquest and violence is now one of the world's most prosperous and influential democracies. Its story is one of resilience, innovation, and adaptation, showing the world that even after the most catastrophic of wars, a nation can rise again, rebuild, and forge a new path toward the future. Narrator. Japan's post-war history is a tale of triumph over adversity, a testament to the spirit of its people, and an enduring reminder of the power of transformation. As Japan continues to face the challenges of the 21st century, it must also remember the lessons of the past, the costs of war, the importance of peace, and the responsibility that comes with power. And so, the story of the Japanese Empire, its rise and fall, and its evolution into the Japan we know today, continues to unfold, a narrative that will be written by future generations. For all its complexities, contradictions, and challenges, Japan stands as a beacon of what is possible when a nation, united by a shared purpose, seeks to heal, rebuild, and move forward. By the dawn of the 21st century, Japan had solidified its position as one of the world's most advanced, influential, and prosperous nations. But with this newfound prominence came a series of modern challenges: demographic shifts, economic stagnation, and an evolving international landscape. As the world moved deeper into the digital age, Japan's role as a global leader was continually tested, not only by internal struggles but also by external pressures from rising regional powers, especially China, and the increasingly volatile international stage. Yet, despite these trials, Japan continued to navigate its path forward with a remarkable blend of resilience and innovation. One of the most pressing challenges Japan faced in the 21st century was its demographic crisis. Since the mid-20th century, Japan has had one of the world's lowest birth rates, a phenomenon that has only worsened in recent decades. With fewer children being born and life expectancy increasing, Japan now faces an aging population, one of the oldest populations in the world. By 2020, nearly 30% of Japan's population was aged 65 or older, and projections indicate that by 2050, more than one-third of Japan's population will be elderly. This demographic shift poses significant challenges for the nation's economy. As the working-age population shrinks, the burden of supporting an aging society falls on a smaller group of people. The pension system, health care, and elder care are all increasingly strained, and Japan's labor force is expected to shrink dramatically in the coming decades. Already, labor shortages are becoming a critical issue in sectors such as healthcare, agriculture, and manufacturing. To offset the effects of a shrinking workforce, Japan has considered opening its doors to foreign workers, though this remains a controversial topic. Japan, historically known for its homogeneous society, faces growing debates over immigration and the integration of foreign labor. In response to these challenges, Japan has invested heavily in automation and robotics. The country has long been a pioneer in technological innovation, and the push for advanced robotics and artificial intelligence, AI, has been a major part of its solution to labor shortages. Japan is home to some of the world's leading robotics companies, and its factories are increasingly automated, with robots performing tasks ranging from assembly line work to customer service. Robots are also being developed to assist the elderly, providing companionship, medical care, and assistance with daily activities. Japan's commitment to aging-in-place technologies, which allow elderly citizens to live independently in their homes, has made it a leader in the field of gerotechnology. However, automation alone cannot fully address the nation's demographic problems. The rising burden on social systems has also prompted discussions about pension reform and the potential for increasing the retirement age. Additionally, the issue of gender inequality in the workforce has gained increasing attention in recent years. While Japan has one of the world's highest female life expectancies, women have historically faced significant barriers to advancement in the workplace. As the country grapples with its labor shortage, there is growing recognition of the need to harness the full potential of its female workforce. While Japan confronts its demographic crisis, it also faces economic stagnation, a trend that has been present since the 1990s. Known as the lost decade, Japan's economy entered a prolonged period of stagnation following the collapse of the asset bubble in the early 1990s. The subsequent years saw slow growth, deflation, and high levels of government debt. Despite periodic efforts at economic reform, Japan's economy continued to struggle with low inflation, sluggish consumption, and an over-reliance on export-led growth. In recent years, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's economic policies, collectively known as Abenomics, sought to reignite Japan's economy through a combination of monetary easing, fiscal stimulus, and structural reforms. Though these policies initially saw some success, particularly in boosting stock market performance and corporate profits, Japan's long-term economic recovery remains uncertain. Japan's economic model, once based on heavy industrialization and exports, has been slow to adapt to the rapidly changing global economy, which is increasingly defined by service industries and digital technologies. Japan's economic challenges have also been exacerbated by global factors. The rise of China as a major economic and military power has had profound implications for Japan's role in the region. China's growing assertiveness in the East China Sea, particularly over territorial disputes such as the Senkaku Islands, has increased tensions between the two nations. While Japan has long been a key ally of the United States in Asia, its security concerns have become more pronounced as China's military capabilities expand. The question of military rearmament and the future of Japan's pacifist constitution has become a central issue in domestic politics, as the country seeks to balance its commitment to peace with the need to counter growing threats from its neighbors. One of the most significant geopolitical challenges Japan faces is North Korea. Despite numerous diplomatic efforts, including the six-party talks, Japan remains deeply concerned about North Korea's nuclear weapons program and its provocative actions. The security threat posed by North Korea is compounded by Japan's proximity to the Korean peninsula, and the Japanese people's memories of the devastation of the Pacific War have made the prospect of another regional conflict particularly sensitive. Japan's military posture has therefore been a topic of intense debate, with some advocating for a more proactive defense strategy and others calling for Japan to maintain its pacifist stance. In this context, Japan's security alliance with the United States remains a cornerstone of its foreign policy. The U.S.-Japan Security Treaty has been a bedrock of Japan's post-war foreign policy, and the American military presence in Japan plays a crucial role in deterring potential threats. However, as China's influence grows and global security dynamics shift, Japan is increasingly looking to assert itself as a regional leader. This includes efforts to strengthen ties with countries like India, Australia, and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, particularly in the areas of trade, defense, and regional stability. On the global stage, Japan's economic influence continues to be immense. It remains the third largest economy in the world by nominal GDP, after the United States and China. Japanese companies are still among the world's largest and most influential, with multinational corporations like Toyota, Sony, Honda, and Panasonic continuing to shape global industries. Japan is also a key player in global supply chains, particularly in the automotive and electronics sectors, and its technological prowess remains one of the country's greatest assets. However, Japan's influence is not limited to economic power. Over the years, the country has worked hard to strengthen its cultural influence through soft power. The global popularity of Japanese pop culture, including anime, manga, video games, and fashion, has become a significant aspect of Japan's global identity. Cities like Tokyo and Kyoto are renowned as cultural hubs, and Japan's traditional arts, such as tea ceremonies, martial arts, and calligraphy, continue to captivate audiences worldwide. Japan has successfully blended its ancient traditions with modern technological innovation, creating a cultural fusion that is uniquely its own. In addition to cultural influence, Japan has also sought to play a more active role in global diplomacy. As a member of the United Nations, Japan has championed causes such as international peacekeeping, disarmament, and environmental sustainability. Japan's participation in the Paris Agreement on climate change and its efforts to promote clean energy and sustainable development highlight its commitment to global issues. Japan has also been a key donor to international development projects, particularly in Asia and Africa, and it has supported peacekeeping missions and humanitarian efforts around the world. Yet, despite its global influence, Japan remains deeply introspective, grappling with its own identity and the legacies of its imperial past. While the country has made significant strides toward reconciliation with its neighbors, particularly in South Korea and China, historical tensions persist. The question of Japan's war responsibility, particularly in relation to the comfort women issue and the Nanking massacre, continues to mar diplomatic relations. Japan's commitment to remembrance and reconciliation, while often expressed in words, remains an ongoing challenge in the face of entrenched national narratives and the complexities of regional diplomacy. Japan's role in the modern world is defined by a combination of profound economic strength, cultural influence, and evolving political dynamics. As the nation faces the challenges of the 21st century, demographic decline, economic restructuring, and regional security concerns, it will need to find new ways to adapt to a rapidly changing global environment. At the same time, Japan must continue to reckon with its historical legacy, ensuring that the mistakes of the past do not overshadow the potential for a peaceful, prosperous future. Narrator. The story of modern Japan is one of resilience and transformation, marked by a unique blend of traditional values and cutting-edge innovation. As Japan steps forward into an increasingly interconnected world, it continues to grapple with the dual legacies of its imperial past and its post-war reinvention. But it also faces the future with determination and vision, striving to maintain its leadership role on the global stage while confronting the challenges that lie ahead. The journey of this extraordinary nation, once an empire that sought to dominate and now a symbol of peace, continues to unfold, and Japan's place in the world will be defined not only by its economic might and cultural influence, but by its commitment to peace, stability, and the pursuit of a better future for all. As Japan moves further into the 21st century, the nation stands at a crossroads. Having navigated centuries of tumultuous change, from the rise and fall of its imperial ambitions to its post-war economic miracle, Japan now faces a future marked by a new set of challenges. With global dynamics shifting, and the world grappling with the pressing concerns of climate change, technological disruption, and geopolitical tensions, Japan's ability to adapt and lead will be tested as never before. Japan's future hinges on several key areas of development: technological innovation, environmental sustainability, and global diplomacy. In this context, Japan's response to these challenges will not only shape its future but also influence the direction of global progress. The first of these pivotal challenges is technological innovation. Japan has long been known for its cutting-edge technological prowess, having been at the forefront of industries such as automobiles, electronics, and robotics. Yet, as the world shifts into the realm of artificial intelligence, AI, quantum computing, and biotechnology, Japan faces intense competition from nations like the United States and China. While Japan remains a leader in robotics, consumer electronics, and high-tech manufacturing, the country must also foster a new wave of digital innovation in areas like AI, 5G technology, and blockchain to remain globally competitive. One area where Japan is already making significant strides is in the field of artificial intelligence. Companies like Sony, Fujitsu, and SoftBank have been at the forefront of developing AI technologies that not only enhance Japan's industrial base but also tackle complex societal problems. In healthcare, AI is being used to improve diagnostics, create personalized treatments, and even assist with aging populations. Japan's commitment to AI research and development has placed it in the vanguard of AI-enabled solutions in fields ranging from manufacturing to urban management. For example, AI-powered robots are increasingly being used to assist the elderly in their homes, improving the quality of life for Japan's aging population, while addressing labor shortages. In addition to artificial intelligence, quantum computing is another frontier where Japan seeks to assert its leadership. As the race to develop practical, large-scale quantum computers heats up globally, Japan's scientific community has been making strides in developing quantum algorithms, quantum cryptography, and quantum materials. Japan's institutions, including the University of Tokyo and Keio University, have been at the forefront of quantum research, which could revolutionize industries ranging from finance and healthcare to cybersecurity. The application of quantum computing in fields such as drug discovery, climate modeling, and energy optimization could allow Japan to tackle some of the most pressing global challenges, positioning the country as a leader in the next technological revolution. However, as Japan looks to the future in the realm of technological innovation, the country must also address the growing concerns over data privacy, cybersecurity, and the potential ethical implications of emerging technologies. While Japan has always prided itself on its innovation-driven economy, it faces the difficult task of ensuring that these technological advances benefit society as a whole while mitigating the risks of job displacement, privacy violations, and economic inequality. At the same time, Japan must confront one of the most critical challenges facing the world today: climate change. As a nation that relies heavily on imported energy and has long been a major producer of carbon emissions, Japan's transition to a sustainable future will be a monumental task. The country has already made significant strides in renewable energy, with investments in solar power, wind energy, and geothermal energy. However, Japan remains heavily dependent on nuclear power, a source of energy that remains deeply controversial following the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster in 2011. The disaster, caused by a devastating earthquake and tsunami, led to the meltdown of 3 reactors and resulted in widespread contamination, displacing thousands of people and triggering widespread anti-nuclear sentiment across the country. In the years since, Japan has worked to recover from the disaster, but it has also faced significant challenges in ensuring the safety of its nuclear power plants. Public opinion remains divided on the future of nuclear energy in Japan, with many calling for a shift to more sustainable energy sources. This debate has created tensions between Japan's energy policy goals, namely, to reduce reliance on fossil fuels while maintaining energy security. The Japanese government has set ambitious targets for carbon neutrality by 2050, but it will need to balance these objectives with the continued reliance on traditional energy sources, such as coal and natural gas, in the short term. To meet its climate goals, Japan has embraced the concept of green technology, which seeks to innovate solutions that contribute to both economic growth and environmental sustainability. Japan's automobile industry has been a key player in this movement, with companies like Toyota, Honda, and Nissan leading the development of electric vehicles, EVs, and hydrogen fuel cells. Japan aims to become a global leader in the transition to green transportation, with plans to make all new cars electric by 2035. In addition to the automobile industry, Japan is investing in sustainable construction, energy-efficient buildings, and smart cities, all of which are designed to reduce energy consumption and improve quality of life while addressing environmental challenges. Moreover, Japan's approach to sustainability extends to its agricultural practices. In recent years, Japan has been exploring innovative methods of sustainable farming, including the use of vertical farming, aquaponics, and genetically modified crops. The country's agriculture sector, while still largely traditional, is beginning to embrace high-tech solutions that can ensure food security for its aging population and reduce the environmental impact of farming. Japan's innovative efforts in sustainable agriculture could also position it as a leader in global food security, particularly in an era marked by climate-induced disruptions to global food systems. Alongside these technological and environmental challenges, Japan's position in global affairs is also shifting. In the 21st century, Japan faces a rapidly changing geopolitical environment, particularly in Asia. The rise of China has dramatically altered the regional balance of power, and Japan's security concerns have become more acute. While Japan has long been a key partner of the United States, its alliance with the U.S. is now being tested as China's military and economic influence grows. Japan must balance its strong ties with the U.S. with its growing economic and security concerns vis-a-vis China, particularly in the context of territorial disputes in the East China Sea and South China Sea. In addition to its relations with China, Japan must navigate the complexities of North Korea's nuclear ambitions and the evolving security dynamics of the Korean Peninsula. While Japan continues to maintain its pacifist stance, the changing security landscape in East Asia has led to discussions about Japan's military role in the region. Should Japan take a more proactive approach to its defense, or should it continue to rely on its security alliance with the United States? These questions are at the forefront of political discourse in Japan as the country contemplates its future role in regional and global security. One area where Japan has continued to assert its leadership is in the realm of global diplomacy. Despite the challenges it faces, Japan remains a major player in international organizations such as the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, and the World Health Organization. Japan has positioned itself as a champion of multilateralism, working to strengthen international cooperation on issues ranging from climate change to global health. Japan's leadership on the Paris Agreement and its role in the G7 and G20 reflect its commitment to addressing global challenges through cooperation and diplomacy. Additionally, Japan's growing cultural influence continues to shape its global image. Japanese pop culture, from anime and manga to fashion, music, and culinary traditions, continues to captivate audiences worldwide. The Cool Japan movement, which promotes Japanese culture abroad, has helped to establish Japan as a global cultural powerhouse. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, Japan's ability to project its soft power and influence global trends will continue to shape its role on the world stage. In conclusion, the future of Japan is both exciting and uncertain. As the country grapples with its demographic challenges, economic restructuring, and changing global dynamics, Japan's path forward will require innovation, adaptation, and a careful balance of tradition and progress. Japan's ability to meet these challenges while remaining true to its core values will define its future as a global leader and a model of resilience in an ever-changing world. Narrator. The journey of Japan, once an isolated nation, then an imperial power, and later a symbol of post-war recovery and economic might, has entered a new chapter. How Japan navigates the future, leveraging its technological innovations, addressing environmental challenges, and asserting its role in global diplomacy, will be crucial not only for its own future but for the future of the world. As Japan continues to shape the course of history, it will undoubtedly remain a beacon of innovation, cultural richness, and resilience, inspiring nations around the globe as it meets the challenges of the 21st century head-on. In the complex world of international relations and security, Japan occupies a delicate position. Its history, shaped by centuries of isolation, imperial ambition, and the aftermath of World War II, has led to a unique path in global defense matters. Today, Japan finds itself in a precarious balance between maintaining its pacifist constitution, facing growing security threats in the Asia-Pacific, and reassessing its military role in a rapidly changing geopolitical landscape. Following the devastation of World War II, Japan adopted a pacifist constitution, which, under Article 9, renounced the use of military force as a means of settling international disputes. This commitment to pacifism shaped Japan's post-war identity and foreign policy, making it one of the world's most peaceful nations, with a military that was initially limited to a self-defense force, SDF. Japan's military doctrine emphasized defense rather than offense, focusing on protecting the homeland while avoiding any actions that might provoke regional tensions. However, as the 21st century unfolds, Japan is now confronted with the question: can it continue to maintain this pacifist stance in a world where threats to national security are becoming increasingly complex and interconnected? The evolving security environment in the Asia-Pacific region has made Japan's traditional pacifist approach increasingly untenable. China's rise as a global superpower has reshaped the regional power balance. The growth of China's military capabilities, its assertiveness in the South China Sea, and its ongoing territorial disputes with Japan over the Senkaku Islands have placed Japan in a strategic bind. The Senkaku Islands, a small group of uninhabited islands in the East China Sea, are claimed by both Japan and China, leading to periodic flare-ups in tensions. Japan has consistently stated that it will defend these islands under its constitutional right to self-defense, but the growing military capabilities of China present a formidable challenge. Alongside China, North Korea has also become a persistent security concern for Japan. The North Korean regime, under the leadership of Kim Jong-un, has continued to develop nuclear weapons and ballistic missile technology, openly threatening the region and Japan itself. Japan's proximity to the Korean peninsula means that it is within range of North Korea's missile systems, placing it at significant risk. Despite Japan's commitment to diplomatic solutions and economic sanctions, North Korea's provocations, such as missile tests and nuclear detonations, have pushed Japan to reconsider its defense posture. In response to these evolving security threats, Japan has gradually redefined its military role. The self-defense force has undergone significant modernization over the past 2 decades, increasing its capabilities in cyber defense, missile defense, and intelligence gathering. Japan's ground, sea, and air forces are some of the most technologically advanced in the world, and the country's defense spending has steadily increased, even as Japan continues to maintain its pacifist constitution. One of the most significant shifts in Japan's defense policy came in 2015, when the Japanese government, under Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, passed a controversial set of security laws that allowed Japan to engage in collective defense. Prior to these laws, Japan's self-defense forces were restricted to acting only in defense of Japan itself. With the new laws, Japan can now come to the aid of its allies, particularly the United States, in the event of an attack on them, even if Japan itself is not directly threatened. This move marked a significant departure from Japan's post-war pacifism and reflected the growing concerns about regional security. These collective defense laws are not without controversy. Critics argue that they undermine Japan's commitment to pacifism and could drag the country into conflicts that do not directly concern its national interests. For many in Japan, the memory of the devastation caused by World War II and the Pacific War is still a powerful reminder of the horrors of war. The question of whether Japan's military evolution compromises its fundamental values remains a topic of intense debate within the country. Despite the reservations about Japan's expanding military role, the country's security strategy has largely aligned with the United States, its longtime ally. Since the end of World War II, the U.S.-Japan security alliance has been a cornerstone of Japan's defense policy. The U.S. military presence in Japan, with bases such as those in Okinawa, has been crucial in deterring aggression in the region and maintaining regional stability. In recent years, however, the nature of this alliance has evolved. The U.S. has urged Japan to take a more active role in regional security, particularly in light of China's growing influence and North Korea's nuclear threat. Japan has responded to these pressures by increasing its military cooperation with the United States and other regional powers. The Japan-US security alliance remains the cornerstone of Japan's defense strategy, but Japan is also seeking to expand its security partnerships with other countries, including Australia, India, and South Korea. These trilateral and multilateral partnerships are seen as essential in countering China's growing influence in the Indo-Pacific region. At the same time, Japan has made moves to enhance its own military independence. In addition to the collective defense laws, Japan has expanded its military capabilities in the areas of missile defense, cybersecurity, and intelligence sharing. The Aegis ballistic missile defense system has been deployed to protect Japan from missile threats, particularly from North Korea. Japan has also increased its military spending, focusing on acquiring advanced technology such as F-35 fighter jets, helicopter carriers, and advanced submarines. The growing sophistication of Japan's military equipment reflects the country's desire to maintain a credible deterrence against regional threats. Japan's military transformation is not limited to conventional weapons systems. Cybersecurity has become an increasingly important area of focus, particularly as Japan's dependence on digital infrastructure grows. Japan has been investing heavily in cyber defense, recognizing the vulnerability of its technological infrastructure to cyber attacks. In 2019, Japan established the Cyber Defense Unit within its self-defense forces, and the country has been working closely with its allies to combat cyber threats. Another critical dimension of Japan's evolving military policy is the issue of military ethics and its pacifist identity. While Japan has embraced a more assertive defense posture, it has also sought to maintain its commitment to humanitarian principles, particularly in peacekeeping operations and disaster relief efforts. Japan's self-defense forces have played a significant role in international peacekeeping missions, such as in Cambodia, East Timor, and South Sudan, where Japan has provided logistical support, medical assistance, and humanitarian aid. These missions reflect Japan's desire to contribute to global peace and stability, even while adhering to the constraints of its constitution. In conclusion, Japan's military evolution is a delicate balancing act between its traditional pacifism and the evolving security challenges of the 21st century. While Japan continues to prioritize diplomacy and multilateralism, it recognizes the need to enhance its military capabilities in the face of growing threats from China, North Korea, and other regional powers. Japan's role in global security will be shaped by its ability to navigate these challenges while remaining true to its core values of peace, democracy, and humanitarianism. Narrator. As Japan's defense policy continues to evolve, it will be critical for the country to maintain its pacifist ideals while addressing the security challenges of an increasingly complex world. The nation's military transformation represents not only a shift in its defense posture but also its larger role in the changing dynamics of the Asia-Pacific region. Japan's future as a global security actor will depend on its ability to adapt to the demands of the 21st century while maintaining the principles that have long defined its identity. Throughout its history, Japan has been a land of contrasts. The country's blend of ancient traditions and cutting-edge technology has created a unique cultural landscape that draws fascination from all corners of the world. In the modern era, Japan has leveraged this fusion of old and new to become a leader in cultural diplomacy, promoting its values, ideas, and influence through the concept of soft power. As Japan faces a rapidly changing geopolitical landscape, its cultural exports have increasingly become a cornerstone of its foreign policy and international image. Soft power, as defined by political scientist Joseph Nye, refers to the ability to shape the preferences of others through appeal and attraction, rather than coercion or force. While Japan's military and economic might may not match the global influence of superpowers like the United States or China, Japan has become a dominant force in global culture, using its unique blend of tradition and modernity to captivate audiences across the world. This influence is driven by a variety of cultural exports, from anime and manga to fashion, food, architecture, and technology. At the forefront of Japan's soft power is its entertainment industry, particularly the anime and manga phenomenon. Over the past few decades, Japanese animation has exploded in popularity, reaching far beyond its domestic audience to become a global cultural force. Anime, which covers a wide array of genres and appeals to all age groups, has found devoted fans worldwide. Iconic shows like Naruto, Dragon Ball, One Piece, and Attack on Titan have not only amassed huge fanbases but have also influenced global popular culture in profound ways. Anime conventions, such as Comic-Con in the United States and Anime Expo in Los Angeles, draw hundreds of thousands of fans from around the world, and the industry generates billions of dollars annually. The cultural influence of manga, Japan's distinct style of comic book storytelling, is equally significant. What began as a niche form of entertainment has become a global cultural phenomenon, with manga now being published in multiple languages and adapted into films, TV series, and video games. Japan's literary and visual storytelling traditions, steeped in both ancient Japanese narratives and modern pop culture, have resonated with audiences globally, showcasing a unique blend of artistic craftsmanship and storytelling depth. This growing global popularity of manga and anime has not only bolstered Japan's cultural prestige but has also paved the way for new forms of cross-cultural exchange. Beyond entertainment, Japan's culinary traditions have also become a key element of its cultural diplomacy. Japanese cuisine, or washaku, has long been revered for its emphasis on fresh, seasonal ingredients and the aesthetic presentation of food. Sushi, ramen, tempura, sashimi, and bento have become household names worldwide, with Japanese restaurants popping up in cities from New York to Paris, and Tokyo's food culture being celebrated globally. In 2013, washaku was even recognized by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity, a testament to the global appreciation of Japan's culinary traditions. Japanese culinary influence extends beyond food itself. It has also played a significant role in shaping broader global culinary trends. The rise of food tourism has seen Japan become a leading destination for those seeking not just food but an immersive cultural experience. Whether through the art of tea ceremonies, the mastery of sushi making, or the intricate kaiseki, traditional multi-course meal, Japan has managed to elevate its cuisine from a national tradition to a global culinary movement, strengthening its cultural ties to the world. In the realm of fashion, Japan has also made its mark. Tokyo has become one of the world's fashion capitals, home to avant-garde designers and a thriving street-style culture. Japanese designers like Issey Miyake, Yohji Yamamoto, Rei Kawakubo, of Comme des Garçons, and Hiroshi Fujiwara have made significant contributions to global fashion, often pushing boundaries and blending tradition with modernity in innovative ways. The Harajuku district, a hub for youthful fashion experimentation, has captured the global imagination, with its unique blend of styles representing the intersection of Japanese culture and global trends. Tokyo Fashion Week showcases the work of both established designers and up-and-coming talent, further cementing Japan's position as a global fashion influencer. Japan's architectural landscape also serves as a powerful tool of cultural diplomacy. Modern Japanese architecture is known for its minimalist aesthetics, efficient use of space, and harmonious integration with the natural environment. Architects like Tadao Ando, Kenzo Tange, and Kengo Kuma have created internationally acclaimed designs that are both innovative and reflective of Japan's cultural values. The Tokyo Skytree, the world's tallest tower, and the stunning Roppongi Hills development are examples of Japan's architectural prowess, combining modern design with traditional elements such as wood and natural materials to create spaces that reflect the harmony of nature and technology. Moreover, Japan's design principles, rooted in simplicity, functionality, and beauty, have influenced architecture globally, with Japanese aesthetics being adopted by architects and designers worldwide. Japan's commitment to cultural preservation and heritage has also been a significant aspect of its soft power. Despite its rapid modernization, Japan has managed to preserve many aspects of its traditional culture, from Shinto and Buddhism to tea ceremonies, ikebana, flower arranging, and calligraphy. Kyoto, once the imperial capital of Japan, remains a cultural hub, known for its historic temples, shrines, and traditional tea houses. The city is often considered the heart of Japanese culture, where visitors can experience the country's rich heritage, including geisha culture and centuries-old traditions. This dedication to preserving and promoting cultural heritage not only enhances Japan's global reputation but also fosters an understanding and appreciation of its long history. In recent years, Japan's cultural diplomacy has also extended into public diplomacy efforts. Through initiatives such as the Japan Foundation and the Cool Japan Fund, Japan has sought to strengthen its global cultural presence by promoting educational exchanges, artistic collaborations, and international partnerships. These efforts are aimed at fostering deeper understanding and mutual respect, facilitating cross-cultural dialogue, and promoting Japan as a peaceful and dynamic global leader. The Cool Japan Fund, established by the government in 2013, has been particularly effective in supporting the global promotion of Japanese culture, from fashion and art to technology and media. Furthermore, Japan's role as a host for major international events, such as the 2020 Summer Olympics, which were held in 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, has provided the country with an opportunity to showcase its culture on the global stage. The Olympics were an opportunity not only to highlight Japan's advanced infrastructure and modern society but also to promote its cultural heritage, through ceremonies, exhibitions, and performances that celebrated Japan's traditions alongside its innovations. One of the most significant aspects of Japan's cultural diplomacy is the concept of omotenashi, the Japanese spirit of hospitality. This deeply ingrained cultural value emphasizes respect, attention to detail, and selfless service, making Japan a popular destination for tourists seeking an authentic and welcoming experience. Omotenashi has become synonymous with Japan's approach to international relations, as the country seeks to extend warmth and respect to visitors and partners, making its cultural exchanges both meaningful and impactful. In conclusion, Japan's cultural diplomacy has become a cornerstone of its global influence. Through its exports of anime, manga, food, fashion, and architecture, Japan has cultivated a strong global presence, transcending geographical boundaries and cultural differences. As the world becomes more interconnected, Japan's ability to project its values and ideas through soft power will continue to shape its role on the global stage. In a world where traditional hard power is often contested, Japan's cultural diplomacy offers a unique and effective way to engage with the international community, fostering deeper connections and promoting peace, mutual understanding, and global cooperation. Narrator. Japan's cultural influence stretches far beyond its borders, making it a global leader in shaping perceptions, fostering understanding, and promoting shared values. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, Japan's soft power will continue to play a central role in its international relations, proving that cultural diplomacy can be just as effective as military might in shaping the future of the global community. Japan's journey from a war-torn nation to one of the most powerful economic and technological forces in the world is nothing short of extraordinary. Emerging from the ashes of World War II, Japan's remarkable economic transformation, particularly during the latter half of the 20th century, helped establish the country as a global economic powerhouse. By the 1980s, Japan had cemented its status as the world's second-largest economy, behind only the United States. This transformation was fueled by a combination of government policies, industrial development, technological innovation, and a work ethic that has come to define the Japanese people. The story of Japan's post-war economic miracle begins with its rapid industrialization in the 1950s and 1960s. After World War II, Japan was devastated, both economically and physically. Its cities lay in ruins, its industrial base was virtually non-existent, and its infrastructure needed to be rebuilt. However, Japan's leaders, under the guidance of Prime Minister Shigeru Yoshida, focused on rebuilding the country by investing heavily in industrial production, infrastructure, and education. Foreign aid, most notably from the United States, played a crucial role in this rebuilding process, providing Japan with the necessary capital to jumpstart its recovery. At the same time, Japan benefited from the Korean War, 1950 to 1953, which led to a surge in demand for Japanese goods, particularly in sectors like textiles, steel, and heavy machinery. Central to Japan's post-war success was the development of its industrial base. Japan's manufacturers focused on producing high-quality goods that could compete with established Western brands. The country became known for its precision engineering, with industries such as automobiles, consumer electronics, shipbuilding, and machinery leading the charge. Major corporations like Toyota, Sony, Panasonic, and Mitsubishi became household names, not just in Japan, but around the world. The nation's commitment to continuous improvement and the pursuit of excellence became embodied in the Kaizen philosophy, a business strategy that emphasizes incremental improvements at every level of production. The automobile industry was one of the key sectors driving Japan's economic rise. By the 1960s and 1970s, Japanese car manufacturers like Toyota, Honda, and Nissan had established themselves as global leaders. Toyota, in particular, became the largest automobile manufacturer in the world, renowned for its focus on quality control, efficiency, and innovation. The development of the Toyota production system revolutionized global manufacturing, with its focus on reducing waste, improving productivity, and empowering workers. Japan's automobile industry also benefited from a combination of low labor costs, government support, and technological advancements, enabling it to compete successfully against Western automakers. Similarly, Japan's dominance in consumer electronics was a defining feature of its economic prowess. Companies like Sony, Sharp, Toshiba, and Hitachi became synonymous with innovation and technological excellence. Sony, in particular, revolutionized the consumer electronics industry with the creation of iconic products such as the Walkman, PlayStation, and Trinitron televisions. Japanese electronics were seen as the gold standard for quality and reliability, and the global demand for Japanese-made electronics soared during the 1970s and 1980s. Japan's commitment to technological innovation was a major factor in its rise to economic prominence. The government played a key role by investing in research and development and providing incentives for private industry to innovate. During the 1970s and 1980s, Japan became a leader in robotics, semiconductors, and computing. The country's focus on technology enabled it to maintain a competitive edge in global markets, particularly in the production of advanced machinery, automated factories, and precision instruments. Sony and NEC were leaders in the development of personal computers and consumer electronics, while Japan's investments in nuclear technology and space exploration positioned it as a technological powerhouse on the global stage. The 1980s were Japan's golden era of economic growth, with the country experiencing an unparalleled boom in exports, particularly in high-tech products and automobiles. However, Japan's economic miracle began to show signs of strain by the end of the decade. The asset bubble that had formed during the 1980s, particularly in real estate and stock markets, burst in 1991, leading to the so-called lost decade. This period of stagnation, which extended well into the 2000s, was marked by deflation, low growth, and a stagnant economy. Despite these challenges, Japan managed to weather the storm due to its strong industrial base and its ability to adapt to a changing global environment. In the 21st century, Japan has continued to innovate and lead in various fields, particularly in technology and robotics. The country has embraced the information technology (IT) revolution and is a leader in fields such as artificial intelligence, AI, cybersecurity, and advanced robotics. Japan is home to some of the world's most cutting-edge technology companies, such as SoftBank, Fujitsu, and Panasonic, and has made significant strides in the development of AI-powered technologies and autonomous vehicles. Japan's robotics industry is particularly noteworthy, with the country being at the forefront of developing robots for a wide range of applications, from industrial manufacturing to elderly care and personal assistance. The country's population demographics, however, present a major challenge for Japan's economic future. Japan has one of the oldest populations in the world, with a rapidly aging society and a declining birth rate. This demographic shift has created labor shortages, placing pressure on the country's welfare systems and slowing overall economic growth. To address these challenges, Japan has increasingly turned to automation, robotics, and AI to compensate for the shrinking workforce. Innovations in healthcare technology, biotechnology, and smart cities are central to Japan's long-term economic strategy. At the same time, Japan has taken bold steps to integrate itself more fully into the global economy. The country is a member of various international economic organizations, including the World Trade Organization, WTO, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. Japan is also a strong proponent of free trade agreements and has signed numerous trade deals, including the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP. Japan's leadership in these global initiatives reflects its desire to remain an influential economic player on the world stage. The global reach of Japan's technological innovations is evident in the country's partnerships with other world powers. For example, Japan's collaboration with the United States in the field of space exploration has resulted in the creation of cutting-edge satellite systems, with Japanese companies playing a pivotal role in the development of commercial space technology. Additionally, Japan's strong trade relationships with China and South Korea, the world's second and fourth largest economies, respectively, further solidify its position as an economic and technological hub in East Asia. Japan's economy also faces competition from other emerging powers, particularly China, which has rapidly transformed into a technological and industrial giant. While Japan has maintained its leadership in certain sectors, such as robotics and automobile manufacturing, the challenge posed by China's economic rise cannot be ignored. In response, Japan has focused on developing advanced technologies that China has yet to dominate, particularly in areas like semiconductors, quantum computing, and renewable energy. In conclusion, Japan's economic transformation has been one of the most remarkable stories of the 20th and 21st centuries. From its rapid recovery after World War II to its emergence as a leader in global technology and innovation, Japan's economic success is a testament to the country's adaptability, ingenuity, and resilience. As Japan moves forward, it will continue to confront new challenges, particularly its aging population and global competition, but its focus on technological advancement and innovation positions it well for the future. Narrator. Japan's transformation into an economic and technological powerhouse highlights its ability to innovate and adapt to changing global conditions. As the world looks toward the future, Japan's leadership in technology, automation, and robotics will continue to shape the global economy and define its role as a modern, forward-thinking nation. In the aftermath of World War II, Japan faced an unprecedented task, rebuilding not just its economy and infrastructure, but also its identity on the global stage. The devastation of the war, coupled with the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, left Japan's future uncertain. With its cities in ruins and its military capacity obliterated, Japan was forced to reevaluate its place in the world. The decisions made during this critical period would shape the country's foreign policy for decades, and they would ultimately lead to the development of a unique diplomatic strategy, one focused on pacifism, economic cooperation, and global engagement. Following its defeat in 1945, Japan adopted a pacifist constitution under the guidance of the United States, which occupied the country from 1945 to 1952. This constitution, known as the Post-War Constitution or the MacArthur Constitution, after the U.S. General Douglas MacArthur, explicitly renounced war as a means of settling international disputes. Article 9 of the Constitution famously declares that the Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and prohibits the country from maintaining military forces for purposes of aggression. This article has become the cornerstone of Japan's foreign policy, and has shaped its diplomatic approach for nearly 80 years. However, despite the renouncement of war, Japan's security needs were not entirely addressed by its new constitution. During the Cold War, the rise of communist threats, particularly from the Soviet Union and China, led Japan to seek security alliances. In 1951, Japan signed the Treaty of Peace with Japan, often called the Treaty of San Francisco, officially ending the state of war between Japan and the Allied powers. The treaty, however, left Japan without a formal military capability. This security vacuum was soon filled by the United States, which signed a mutual security pact with Japan in 1951, the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty, that allowed the U.S. to maintain military bases on Japanese soil. This agreement gave Japan the protection it needed against the looming threat of communist expansion, while keeping the country firmly within the American sphere of influence. The U.S.-Japan Security Treaty was the cornerstone of Japan's post-war foreign policy for decades, shaping its approach to both defense and diplomacy. While Japan's military capabilities were constrained by its pacifist constitution, it maintained a self-defense force, SDF, which was tasked with protecting Japan's territorial integrity and responding to natural disasters, but not engaging in offensive military operations. This arrangement allowed Japan to focus on rebuilding its economy and contributing to international peace while relying on the United States to provide the bulk of its military defense. The alliance with the U.S. was pivotal in ensuring Japan's security during the Cold War, and it allowed Japan to avoid direct involvement in military conflicts. Japan's adherence to pacifism, however, did not mean that it shied away from international diplomacy. Instead, Japan developed a reputation for its soft power approach to diplomacy, one that emphasized economic development, humanitarian aid, and global cooperation. As the Cold War progressed, Japan became a key player in the international economic system and sought to expand its influence through trade, investment, and foreign assistance. A significant aspect of Japan's foreign policy in the post-war period was its emphasis on economic diplomacy. Rather than using military force to expand its influence, Japan turned to economic development as its primary tool of diplomacy. The country's post-war economic miracle, fueled by high-speed industrialization and technological innovation, allowed Japan to become a major economic player on the world stage. By the 1960s and 1970s, Japan had transformed itself into the world's second-largest economy, and it began to use its newfound wealth to support international development projects, humanitarian assistance, and foreign aid programs. Japan's contributions to international organizations such as the United Nations, UN, and the World Bank were significant, with Japan becoming a major donor of both economic aid and disaster relief. One of the most notable examples of Japan's commitment to international cooperation was its involvement in the Asian Development Bank, ADB, which it helped found in 1966. The ADB's mission was to promote economic development in Asia, and Japan played a key role in shaping the organization's policies and priorities. Over the decades, Japan has provided financial assistance to developing countries across Asia, helping to fund infrastructure projects, educational initiatives, and healthcare programs. Japan's focus on economic development as a form of diplomacy set it apart from other global powers, as it sought to build relationships through mutual economic benefit rather than through military coercion. Japan also pursued a policy of multilateral diplomacy in its foreign relations, seeking to build strong ties with countries around the world through international organizations, trade agreements, and diplomatic initiatives. One of Japan's major foreign policy successes was its integration into the international trading system. In 1955, Japan became a member of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, and in 1967 it joined the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. These organizations provided Japan with the platform to engage with the global community and advocate for free trade, international cooperation, and open markets. Japan's membership in these bodies allowed it to play a central role in shaping global economic policies and cemented its position as a leading economic power. However, Japan's approach to foreign relations was not without challenges. Despite its pacifist constitution and reliance on the United States for security, Japan faced increasing pressure to play a more active role in global security affairs. As the Cold War ended and new threats emerged in the post-1990s world, Japan's pacifist policies were increasingly seen as insufficient in addressing the changing geopolitical landscape. In particular, Japan's limited military capacity and its reluctance to engage in peacekeeping operations and military interventions came under scrutiny. The rise of new regional threats, such as North Korea's nuclear weapons program and China's growing military power, led Japan to reconsider its stance on defense and security. The 21st century has seen a gradual shift in Japan's foreign policy as it grapples with these new challenges. Under Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who served from 2006 to 2007 and again from 2012 to 2020, Japan began to adopt a more assertive foreign policy, with an increased focus on regional security and military cooperation. Abe's administration sought to reinterpret Article 9 of Japan's constitution to allow for collective security arrangements with other countries, particularly the United States. The National Security Council, established in 2013, provided the Japanese government with a more unified approach to security policy, while Japan's self-defense forces became more involved in international peacekeeping missions and humanitarian operations. Japan also sought to strengthen its relationships with key regional powers, particularly India and Australia, in order to counterbalance China's growing influence in the Indo-Pacific region. The Quad Partnership, comprising Japan, the United States, India, and Australia, emerged as a key aspect of Japan's strategy to promote a free and open Indo-Pacific. Japan's active participation in regional security arrangements and its increasing defense spending marked a shift from its traditionally pacifist stance to a more proactive role in regional and global security affairs. Yet, Japan has remained committed to its peaceful diplomacy and its role as a peacekeeper in international conflicts. The country continues to participate in global peacekeeping missions, providing humanitarian aid and development assistance to conflict zones around the world. Japan's diplomatic efforts are still centered on promoting stability, cooperation, and the peaceful resolution of disputes. Despite its evolving security policies, Japan remains a strong advocate for the peaceful use of force and the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons, and it continues to be an active voice in international forums such as the United Nations. In conclusion, Japan's post-war foreign policy has been shaped by a deep commitment to pacifism, economic diplomacy, and global cooperation. While Japan's military capacity has remained limited, its influence on the world stage has been felt through its economic achievements, its humanitarian aid, and its active participation in international organizations. As Japan faces new global challenges, its foreign policy will continue to evolve, balancing its pacifist principles with the realities of a changing world order. Narrator. Japan's post-war foreign policy stands as a testament to its resilience and adaptability. As the world continues to change, Japan's commitment to diplomacy, peace, and international cooperation will remain at the core of its global identity, ensuring that its role in the international community continues to be one of influence, leadership, and respect. As Japan enters the 21st century, it continues to uphold its reputation as a technological pioneer, a nation at the forefront of global innovation. From advanced robotics to artificial intelligence, AI, Japan remains a driving force in cutting-edge technology. Yet, the landscape of global technological competition has evolved. While Japan was once the undisputed leader in fields like consumer electronics, automobiles, and robotics, its position now faces challenges from other rising global powers, notably China and the United States. Despite this, Japan's commitment to innovation, its culture of precision engineering, and its strong investment in research and development continue to ensure its place as a technological leader on the world stage. In the early 21st century, Japan's technological innovations reached new heights with developments in several key areas. The country's automobile industry, still a major part of its economic fabric, saw the rise of hybrid vehicles, with Toyota leading the charge. In 1997, Toyota launched the Prius, the world's first mass-produced hybrid car, revolutionizing the automotive sector and making Japan a global leader in eco-friendly technology. The Prius became symbolic of Japan's ability to blend traditional engineering with environmental responsibility. The hybrid revolution sparked a global shift toward more sustainable modes of transportation, and Japan's influence in the global automotive market remained strong, even as the world moved toward electric vehicles, EVs. However, Japan's push toward greener technologies was not confined solely to the automotive sector. The country has long been a pioneer in energy-efficient technologies and renewable energy. For instance, Japan's commitment to the development of solar energy technology positioned it as a global leader in the production and use of solar panels. In the aftermath of the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster in 2011, Japan shifted much of its energy policy focus toward renewables and energy efficiency, investing heavily in solar, wind, and geothermal energy. Companies like Panasonic and Sharp led the way in solar technology, while Japan's Kyocera became a significant player in the global solar panel industry. Japan's rapid development of these technologies helped reduce its dependence on nuclear power and laid the groundwork for a future powered by renewable resources. Alongside its efforts in green technology, Japan has emerged as a leader in the robotics industry, a sector where it continues to be unrivaled. From industrial robots used in manufacturing to service robots designed to assist the elderly, Japan has become the world's go-to source for cutting-edge robotic solutions. Japan's aging population and declining birth rate have created a need for automation in nearly every sector of society, and the nation has responded by developing robots for everything from caregiving to companion robots. Honda's Asimo, a humanoid robot, became an iconic symbol of Japan's leadership in robotics. In the healthcare sector, robots have been designed to assist the elderly with mobility, medical procedures, and daily tasks. By 2020, Japan had the highest number of industrial robots per worker of any country in the world. Beyond service robots, Japan has made groundbreaking strides in autonomous technology. Japanese companies like Toyota and Nissan have been pioneers in self-driving car technology, investing billions of dollars into research and development. Japan's focus on autonomous vehicles reflects its forward-thinking approach to transportation and urban planning. Tokyo has become a testing ground for self-driving cars, and the country is steadily working toward integrating these vehicles into daily life. Japan's leadership in autonomous technology extends beyond cars and into the realm of smart cities, where artificial intelligence, AI, sensors, and automation work together to create more efficient and livable urban environments. Japan's advancements in artificial intelligence, AI, are also contributing to its global influence. The Japanese government has committed significant resources to AI research, aiming to become a world leader in this field. Japan's investment in AI and machine learning has led to breakthroughs in a variety of sectors, including healthcare, finance, robotics, and manufacturing. For example, Japan has developed AI systems that assist in medical diagnoses, improving early detection of diseases like cancer and Alzheimer's. Moreover, Japan's AI-driven manufacturing processes have made its factories among the most efficient in the world, increasing productivity while maintaining the country's reputation for high-quality, precision-made goods. In addition to technological advancements, Japan continues to play a crucial role in global space exploration. Japan's space agency, JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, has emerged as one of the most prominent space agencies globally, contributing to both manned and unmanned space missions. JAXA's Hayabusa asteroid missions, which successfully retrieved samples from distant asteroids, earned Japan global acclaim in the field of space science. In collaboration with the United States, Europe, and other nations, Japan continues to contribute to international space research and exploration, demonstrating its ability to work collaboratively on the global stage. Japan's leadership in space exploration is complemented by its advancements in quantum technology. As the world races toward the development of quantum computing and quantum communication, Japan is at the forefront of research in these fields. Japanese companies and universities are making significant contributions to the development of quantum cryptography and quantum computing hardware, which have the potential to revolutionize data security and computational power in the coming decades. Japan's investment in these technologies signals its desire to remain a technological powerhouse well into the future. The technology sector in Japan also benefits from strong government support. The Japanese government has established numerous initiatives to foster innovation, such as the Innovative Science and Technology Initiative for Security, ISTI, which supports cutting-edge research in fields like cybersecurity and advanced robotics. Furthermore, Japan's universities and research institutions remain at the forefront of scientific discovery, with institutions like the University of Tokyo and Kyoto University producing world-class research in AI, biotechnology, and robotics. Japan's economic and technological leadership, however, is not without its challenges. As the country faces an aging population, labor shortages, and rising competition from other global powers like China and the United States, Japan must continually innovate to maintain its position as a global leader. The country has responded by investing heavily in automation, robotics, and AI, and it is now embracing artificial intelligence to compensate for the shrinking workforce. By combining its traditional strengths in technology with a focus on sustainability and automation, Japan seeks to address both its demographic challenges and its economic future. In the face of global competition, Japan's technological innovations are also being shaped by its ability to collaborate internationally. The country's participation in global trade agreements, technological partnerships, and international research initiatives ensures that Japan remains a key player in the global tech ecosystem. Japan has become an advocate for global standards in emerging technologies, and its companies are working with international counterparts to establish regulations and guidelines for industries like AI, blockchain, and 5G telecommunications. As Japan looks to the future, its commitment to technological excellence will undoubtedly shape its role in the global economy. The country's investments in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, space exploration, and renewable energy promise to keep Japan at the forefront of technological progress in the coming decades. While the world around it continues to change, Japan's ability to innovate and adapt ensures that it will continue to be a driving force in shaping the future of technology, sustainability, and global cooperation. Narrator. Japan's continued push for technological innovation and leadership in the 21st century underscores its resilience and forward-thinking approach to global challenges. From robotics and artificial intelligence to space exploration and renewable energy, Japan remains at the cutting edge of progress, ensuring its place as a global technological powerhouse in the decades to come. As Japan moves further into the 21st century, the country faces a complex web of challenges and opportunities that will shape its future. From demographic shifts and economic pressures to its evolving role on the world stage, Japan's leaders must navigate a rapidly changing global environment. Yet, despite these obstacles, Japan remains well positioned to continue its legacy of global leadership, thanks to its innovative spirit, strong economic foundation, and diplomatic influence. The choices Japan makes today will define its trajectory for decades to come, as it seeks to balance the preservation of its traditional values with the demands of a modern, interconnected world. At the heart of Japan's future challenges is its aging population. The country has one of the highest life expectancies in the world, but this demographic success comes with a significant downside: a rapidly shrinking and aging population. Japan's birth rate has been declining for decades, and the country's working-age population is steadily decreasing. By 2050, it is projected that nearly one-third of Japan's population will be over the age of 65. This shift has profound implications for the economy, healthcare, and the workforce. The labor shortage resulting from this demographic shift poses a significant economic challenge. With fewer young people entering the workforce, Japan faces the potential of stagnant economic growth and declining productivity. The country's already high levels of public debt make it difficult to fund programs to support an aging population. The burden on the pension system, healthcare services, and elderly care facilities is growing, and the government is under increasing pressure to provide for a population that is living longer but not working longer. The challenge is to find a way to support the elderly population without stifling economic growth or overburdening younger generations. To address these issues, Japan has turned to technology, specifically automation, artificial intelligence, AI, and robotics. The rise of smart factories and AI-driven automation presents an opportunity to maintain productivity levels despite a shrinking workforce. Robotic caregiving has emerged as a potential solution to the growing demand for elderly care. Robots, such as those developed by companies like Honda and SoftBank, are designed to assist elderly individuals with mobility, healthcare, and companionship, thereby easing the burden on human caregivers. Furthermore, Japan's investment in automated agriculture could help alleviate labor shortages in rural areas, where agricultural workers are in increasingly short supply. Japan's efforts to tackle its demographic challenges also include encouraging immigration and increased labor force participation among women and older workers. While Japan has historically maintained strict immigration policies, there is growing recognition that the country will need to open its doors to more foreign workers to fill gaps in the labor market. In recent years, Japan has taken steps to expand its immigration programs, allowing more skilled workers from abroad to enter the country. Similarly, Japan is working to increase the participation of women and older individuals in the workforce. Policies aimed at improving workplace flexibility, closing the gender wage gap, and supporting family-friendly environments are essential for ensuring that Japan can fully utilize its human resources. On the global stage, Japan's economic influence remains formidable, but the country faces new geopolitical challenges that threaten to reshape its role in the international system. One of the most significant challenges comes from the rise of China. China's rapid economic growth and expanding military power are shifting the balance of power in the Asia-Pacific region, and Japan finds itself navigating an increasingly complex relationship with its neighbor. While Japan and China have deep economic ties, they also have long-standing historical tensions, particularly over territorial disputes in the East China Sea and the legacy of World War II. Japan's security concerns regarding China's growing military assertiveness have prompted the country to reconsider its defense policies, leading to greater cooperation with the United States and other regional partners. Japan's relationship with China is not the only geopolitical challenge it faces. North Korea's nuclear weapons program and its unpredictable leadership continue to pose a security threat to Japan and its neighbors. Despite its pacifist constitution, Japan has been forced to adapt its defense posture in response to these threats. While Japan remains committed to its role as a peace-loving nation, its security policy is increasingly focused on regional stability and collective security. Japan has deepened its security ties with the United States, particularly through the U.S.-Japan Security Alliance, and has also strengthened its partnerships with countries like Australia, India, and South Korea to counterbalance China's growing influence in the Indo-Pacific region. The Quad Partnership, comprising Japan, the United States, India, and Australia, has emerged as a cornerstone of Japan's strategy for maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific, and Japan is likely to continue its engagement with these countries to ensure regional peace and security. At the same time, Japan's economic diplomacy remains an important pillar of its foreign policy. Japan continues to be an advocate for free trade and open markets, promoting multilateralism in institutions like the World Trade Organization, WTO, and Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC. Japan's active participation in trade agreements, such as the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCP, reflects its commitment to fostering economic integration in the Asia-Pacific region and globally. These agreements help ensure that Japan remains competitive in a globalized economy and provides new markets for Japanese goods and services. Japan also seeks to expand its soft power globally. The country's cultural influence, through outlets like anime, manga, fashion, and culinary arts, has become a major force on the international stage. The Japanese pop culture phenomenon has gained a massive global following, and the Japanese government has actively promoted the country's culture as a means of enhancing its international image and influence. Through organizations like the Japan Foundation, Japan continues to promote its language, arts, and education globally, reinforcing its reputation as a culturally rich and welcoming nation. The environmental challenges of the 21st century also loom large over Japan's future. As an island nation vulnerable to natural disasters and climate change, Japan has committed to becoming a leader in sustainable development and climate action. Japan's technological expertise in renewable energy, particularly solar and wind power, positions the country to contribute to global efforts to reduce carbon emissions and transition to a greener economy. Japan is also a key player in the Paris Agreement and other international climate frameworks, working to ensure that its economic growth aligns with the global push for sustainability. As Japan confronts these challenges, the country's future will depend on its ability to balance traditional values with the demands of a rapidly changing world. Japan's commitment to innovation, diplomacy, and international cooperation will be critical in maintaining its role as a global leader. By addressing its demographic challenges, adapting to new geopolitical realities, and continuing to invest in technology and sustainability, Japan can ensure that it remains at the forefront of global progress in the years to come. Narrator. Japan's future is one of both promise and uncertainty. While the nation faces significant challenges in areas such as demographics, security, and global competition, its ability to innovate, adapt, and lead in key sectors positions it to thrive in the coming decades. The decisions made today, on issues ranging from technological innovation to regional security, will determine whether Japan continues to be a global leader or whether it faces the specter of decline. For now, Japan stands at a crossroads, but its rich history, cultural influence, and technological prowess offer hope that it will continue to play a pivotal role in shaping the future of the world. Japan's remarkable history is not only defined by its technological achievements or economic power, it is equally shaped by its rich cultural heritage, which has had a profound and lasting influence on the world. From the world of arts and literature to the fields of architecture, philosophy, and fashion, Japan's cultural impact is felt across the globe. As the country faces the challenges of the 21st century, its cultural traditions continue to inspire, shape, and inform the global landscape, offering valuable insights into everything from design to spirituality. In this scene, we explore how Japan's cultural legacy endures and adapts to the demands of an increasingly interconnected world. At the heart of Japan's cultural identity lies its traditional arts, many of which have been passed down through generations. Practices such as calligraphy, shodo, tea ceremonies, shinoya, flower arranging, ikebana, and traditional theater like no and kabuki are vital threads in the rich tapestry of Japanese culture. These art forms represent not only artistic skill but also deeply rooted philosophical principles such as wabi-sabi, the appreciation of imperfection, and mano no aware, the awareness of the transience of life. Despite their ancient origins, these traditional arts continue to captivate and influence modern audiences, both in Japan and abroad. The tea ceremony itself, a practice that emphasizes harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility, has become one of Japan's most iconic cultural symbols. Originally developed by Sen no Rikyu in the 16th century, the tea ceremony is much more than the simple preparation of tea. It is a meditative ritual that invites participants to reflect on the fleeting nature of life and the importance of mindfulness. Today, the tea ceremony continues to be a central aspect of Japanese culture and is regularly performed at ceremonies, weddings, and cultural festivals. In the visual arts, Japanese calligraphy, shodo, is another enduring legacy that connects the past with the present. Shodo, the art of writing beautifully, is not just a form of communication but an expression of spirituality and personal discipline. In its traditional form, shodo is practiced with an ink brush, rice paper, and inkstone, and each brushstroke is considered an opportunity for artistic expression. This ancient art form has also influenced modern calligraphic practices and graphic design around the world. Furthermore, the influence of Japanese aesthetics is evident in the design philosophies of many contemporary artists, designers, and architects, who are drawn to its emphasis on simplicity, balance, and the beauty of nature. Japan's literature is another area where its cultural legacy has had a far-reaching impact. The country has a long and storied tradition of writing, from the world's first novel, The Tale of Genji, by Murasaki Shikibu, to the minimalist, modern works of Haruki Murakami. The literary traditions of Japan have influenced not only writers and poets within Japan but also across the globe, particularly in the realm of contemporary fiction. Authors like Murakami have gained international recognition for their ability to blend Japanese traditions with universal themes of alienation, identity, and existential questioning. His works, such as Norwegian Wood and Kafka on the Shore, have been translated into numerous languages and continue to captivate readers worldwide. Japan's literary legacy also extends into its poetry, particularly the haiku, a form of short poetry that captures the essence of nature and the fleeting moments of life. Writers such as Basho Matsuo and Issa Kobayashi have contributed to a rich tradition that has influenced poetry and writing globally. Another defining feature of Japanese culture is its culinary arts. Japanese cuisine, often regarded as one of the most refined and healthy in the world, has had a profound impact on global dining. From the simplicity of sushi and tempura to the heartiness of ramen and katsu, Japanese food has captivated the tastes of people everywhere. What makes Japanese cuisine so distinctive is its emphasis on seasonality, freshness, and aesthetic presentation. Sushi, in particular, has become one of the most globally recognized and widely enjoyed dishes, with sushi bars and restaurants found in nearly every corner of the world. The traditional use of rice, seafood, and vegetables in Japanese cooking reflects the country's deep connection to the natural world and seasonal rhythms. The concept of umami, one of the 5 basic tastes in Japanese cuisine, has also gained worldwide recognition. This savory, rich flavor profile is found in ingredients like miso, soy sauce, and seaweed, and has become an integral part of global culinary trends. In recent years, chefs and food critics around the world have begun to explore the concept of umami in greater depth, acknowledging its significance in creating complex, flavorful dishes. Beyond traditional cuisine, Japan has also become a global leader in innovative gastronomy, with chefs like Jiro Ono, famous for his sushi, and Nobu Matsuhisa, whose fusion cuisine combines Japanese and Peruvian influences, gaining international acclaim. Michelin-starred restaurants in Tokyo, such as Sukiyata Jiro and Narasawa, are emblematic of Japan's ongoing influence in the world of fine dining, blending traditional techniques with modern approaches. Architecture in Japan, too, reflects the balance between tradition and modernity. Traditional Japanese architecture, with its characteristic wooden structures, sliding doors, shoji, tatami mat flooring, and low furniture, has had a lasting influence on modern minimalist design. This aesthetic, known for its simplicity and focus on nature, can be seen in buildings around the world. At the same time, Japan's modern architecture has garnered attention for its innovative, futuristic designs. Architects such as Kenzo Tange, Tadao Ando, and Kengo Kuma have garnered international acclaim for their ability to merge traditional Japanese concepts with contemporary design. The use of natural materials, open spaces, and the relationship between architecture and the environment remains a hallmark of Japanese design. The influence of Japan extends beyond arts and design to fashion and pop culture. Over the last few decades, Japanese fashion designers like Issey Miyake, Yohji Yamamoto, and Rei Kawakubo have transformed the global fashion industry. Their avant-garde designs, which emphasize the deconstruction of clothing, unconventional shapes, and innovative textiles, have earned them recognition in the fashion capitals of the world, from Paris to New York. The influence of Japanese fashion is particularly notable in the world of street style, where brands like Comme des Garçons and Uniqlo have become household names. Harajuku, the famous district in Tokyo, has emerged as a global center for cutting-edge fashion and a symbol of youth culture. One of Japan's most significant contributions to global culture is anime. This unique form of animation, which began in Japan in the early 20th century, has grown into a global phenomenon. Anime, characterized by its vivid colors, fantastical stories, and unique artistic styles, has garnered a massive following worldwide. Iconic series such as Naruto, Dragon Ball, and Attack on Titan have captured the imaginations of millions of fans across the globe. The anime industry is not only a source of entertainment but also a powerful medium for storytelling that explores complex themes such as identity, morality, and the human condition. Through anime, Japan has introduced audiences to its unique cultural values while simultaneously connecting with people from diverse backgrounds. Alongside anime, manga, the graphic novels and comics that are the basis for many anime series, has become a cultural export in its own right, with millions of copies sold worldwide. Furthermore, Japan's contribution to video games is another area where its cultural impact cannot be overstated. From the early days of Nintendo and Sony PlayStation to the massive success of Final Fantasy, Pokémon, and Super Mario, Japanese companies have shaped the entire gaming industry. The storytelling, art direction, and gameplay of Japanese video games have influenced game design worldwide. Esports, a growing phenomenon with global reach, is also deeply entwined with Japanese gaming culture. As Japan moves forward into the future, its cultural influence will continue to shape the global narrative. The country's commitment to preserving its traditional arts, while embracing modern innovations, ensures that its cultural legacy remains a dynamic force in the world. The blending of old and new, the fusion of technology with tradition, and the emphasis on beauty and craftsmanship will ensure that Japan's cultural impact endures for generations to come. Narrator. Japan's cultural legacy is a testament to the country's ability to adapt and thrive in a changing world. From traditional arts and literature to the global phenomena of anime, manga, and video games, Japan's influence spans the globe. As Japan continues to innovate and redefine its cultural identity, the world will continue to look to this remarkable nation for inspiration in creativity, design, and cultural expression. In the 21st century, Japan stands at a pivotal crossroads. As a nation with deep historical roots, a strong economy, and a profound cultural influence, Japan's role on the world stage is more significant than ever before. While Japan has long been known for its economic prowess, it is also becoming increasingly recognized for its diplomatic efforts, its active participation in global governance, and its evolving security policy. As the geopolitical landscape becomes ever more complex, Japan's ability to adapt and forge new partnerships will shape not only its future but also the future of the Asia-Pacific region and the broader global community. Japan's foreign policy has always been deeply shaped by its strategic position within Asia and its complex relationship with neighboring countries. Japan's security environment has become even more challenging in recent years, as tensions in the region have escalated. The rise of China, its growing military assertiveness, and its ambitious plans for regional dominance have raised significant concerns for Japan, as well as for its regional allies. Meanwhile, the ongoing North Korean threat, characterized by its nuclear weapons program and missile tests, continues to loom large over Japan's security landscape. These issues, combined with a rapidly changing global power structure, have pushed Japan to rethink its approach to defense and diplomacy. Historically, Japan's pacifist constitution, adopted after World War II, has constrained its military capabilities. Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution renounces war as a means of settling international disputes and forbids the maintenance of military forces. However, the changing geopolitical realities of the 21st century have led to a rethinking of this pacifist stance. While Japan remains deeply committed to peace and stability, its leaders have come to realize that it must have a more active role in ensuring its own defense and the security of its allies. One of the central pillars of Japan's evolving security policy has been its deepening relationship with the United States. The U.S.-Japan Security Alliance, established in 1951, has served as the cornerstone of Japan's defense strategy for decades. Under this alliance, the United States maintains military forces in Japan, providing a security guarantee in exchange for Japan's continued commitment to maintaining peace in the Asia-Pacific region. The alliance has been critical in deterring potential threats from regional adversaries, particularly China and North Korea. In recent years, the United States and Japan have intensified their military cooperation, holding joint military exercises and expanding their collaboration in areas like cybersecurity, missile defense, and maritime security. Yet, as China continues to rise as a regional power, Japan finds itself navigating an increasingly complex relationship with its neighbor. While Japan and China share extensive economic ties, their relationship is fraught with tension, especially over territorial disputes in the East China Sea and the ongoing debate over Japan's actions during World War II. Despite these tensions, Japan has sought to engage with China diplomatically, recognizing the importance of maintaining stable relations. The China-Japan relationship remains one of the most critical in Asia, and Japan continues to pursue a balance between cooperation and competition with its powerful neighbor. Japan has also been increasingly active in multilateral forums, seeking to exert its influence and shape the direction of regional and global policies. As a founding member of the United Nations, Japan has long been committed to the principles of international cooperation, human rights, and peacekeeping. The country has contributed significantly to UN peacekeeping operations and humanitarian efforts around the world. Furthermore, Japan's contributions to the World Trade Organization, WTO, and other international economic bodies underscore its commitment to promoting free trade, economic stability, and global governance. In the realm of regional diplomacy, Japan plays an important role in organizations like Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC, and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN. Japan has worked to foster closer ties with its Southeast Asian neighbors through initiatives such as the Japan-ASEAN Cooperation and the Japan-Mekong Cooperation. These efforts are focused on enhancing economic integration, improving infrastructure, and fostering peace and stability in the region. Perhaps one of Japan's most important recent initiatives has been its growing involvement in the Indo-Pacific region. As a leading power in the region, Japan has sought to strengthen its relationships with key partners such as Australia, India, and South Korea, while also engaging with smaller nations in the region. In 2017, Japan, along with the United States and Australia, launched the Quad Initiative, a strategic partnership aimed at promoting a free and open Indo-Pacific. The Quad seeks to counterbalance China's growing influence and ensure that the region remains free from coercion. Through this partnership, Japan has demonstrated its commitment to maintaining regional stability and promoting the values of democracy, the rule of law, and freedom of navigation. Japan's role in global peacekeeping and humanitarian missions is also significant. As one of the world's largest donors of foreign aid, Japan has provided assistance to countries in need, particularly in Asia and Africa. The country's Official Development Assistance (ODA) program focuses on promoting economic development, poverty reduction, and disaster relief. Japan's commitment to global healthcare and sustainable development is also evident in its efforts to combat global challenges such as climate change, pandemics, and human rights abuses. In terms of global security, Japan has taken a more proactive stance in recent years. While still adhering to its pacifist principles, Japan has expanded its participation in collective security arrangements and has redefined its role in peacekeeping operations. Japan's self-defense forces, SDF, have been increasingly deployed for humanitarian missions, disaster relief, and peacekeeping operations in conflict zones. Japan has also stepped up its contributions to regional security initiatives, such as the U.S. Japan-India-Australia Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, Quad, aimed at countering China's territorial ambitions in the South China Sea and the broader Indo-Pacific region. Another area where Japan has expanded its influence is in cybersecurity and technology diplomacy. As a global leader in technology and innovation, Japan has positioned itself at the forefront of the fight against cyber threats. Through collaborations with the United States and other partners, Japan has worked to secure critical infrastructure and strengthen global norms around cybersecurity. Additionally, Japan's technological innovations in areas like 5G networks, artificial intelligence, and robotics have positioned the country as a global leader in technology diplomacy, shaping the future of international standards and regulations in these emerging fields. The future of Japan's global leadership will likely be shaped by its ability to adapt to shifting global dynamics while remaining grounded in its core values of peace, cooperation, and respect for human rights. Japan's leadership in global governance, its increasing diplomatic engagement, and its role in addressing regional security concerns will ensure that it remains an influential force on the world stage. As Japan continues to assert its position in global diplomacy, security, and economic affairs, it must also navigate internal challenges, particularly those posed by an aging population, economic stagnation, and the demand for political reforms. Japan's ability to successfully manage these domestic issues, while simultaneously engaging with the world in meaningful and constructive ways, will determine its future as a global leader. Narrator. Japan's role in the modern world is one of both opportunity and responsibility. Its ability to adapt its diplomatic strategies, strengthen security partnerships, and contribute to global peace and prosperity will be crucial as it seeks to maintain a leadership role in the coming decades. In the face of complex geopolitical challenges, Japan's ongoing commitment to collaboration, innovation, and stability will ensure its place at the center of global affairs. As Japan enters the second quarter of the 21st century, the nation faces a series of critical challenges and opportunities that will shape its future trajectory. The echoes of its imperial past continue to resonate in the nation's collective memory, while its role in global affairs and its evolving identity as a modern state present a complex and multifaceted outlook. The question arises, what does the future hold for Japan? Will it continue to thrive as a global leader in technology, economy, and diplomacy, or will it be shaped by new challenges such as demographic decline, economic stagnation, and regional tensions? In this scene, we explore the key factors that will influence Japan's future and the paths it may take to navigate the turbulent waters of the modern world. Demographic shifts, a nation in transition. One of the most pressing challenges facing Japan today is its aging population. Japan has the highest proportion of elderly citizens in the world, with more than a quarter of its population over the age of 65. This demographic shift presents a unique set of problems for the country, from shrinking workforce numbers to increasing demands on the country's healthcare system and social services. By 2050, it is projected that nearly one-third of Japan's population will be elderly, a trend that poses serious challenges to both its economy and society. The aging population means that the labor force is shrinking, leading to concerns about economic stagnation and the sustainability of social welfare programs. The shrinking workforce results in labor shortages, particularly in industries such as manufacturing, healthcare, and construction, which have traditionally been the backbone of Japan's economy. To address this, Japan will need to focus on increasing productivity, technological innovation, and automation, areas in which Japan already excels. But the human capital issue remains a critical one. Japan's government has already introduced various measures to address these demographic challenges. Policies aimed at increasing the birth rate, such as childcare subsidies and work-life balance initiatives, have had limited success. More radical approaches, such as encouraging immigration, remain politically sensitive and have faced resistance, as Japan has traditionally maintained a homogeneous society with strict immigration controls. However, with an increasingly aging population, Japan may have no choice but to rethink its stance on immigration or find innovative ways to integrate foreign workers into its economy. Meanwhile, Japan's elderly population will require increasing support, from medical care to housing and financial services. Aging-in-place solutions, where seniors remain in their homes and communities rather than in nursing facilities, are becoming more common. Additionally, Japan has been a global leader in the development of robots and assistive technologies to support elderly citizens, from robot caregivers to smart homes designed to accommodate mobility challenges. These technological innovations may provide a blueprint for other nations facing similar demographic trends, positioning Japan as both a global leader in caregiving technology and a model for managing an aging society. Economic challenges, adaptation in a changing world. Japan's economy, which has long been the third largest in the world, is currently grappling with several structural issues. Stagnation, deflation, and a heavy reliance on exports have contributed to a period of slow growth. While Japan's economy has shown resilience in the face of these challenges, it is becoming increasingly clear that the country needs to adapt its economic model to meet the demands of a rapidly changing global marketplace. One of the key areas of focus for Japan's future is its innovation economy. As the world enters a new era dominated by artificial intelligence, AI, robotics, 5G technology, and renewable energy, Japan is well positioned to lead the charge in these fields. The country has a long-standing tradition of excellence in engineering and technology, and its private sector, led by companies such as Toyota, Sony, and Panasonic, remains a global powerhouse. Yet, Japan must evolve its economic infrastructure to maintain its competitive edge. Digital transformation and automation are essential to ensuring productivity in the future, especially as the workforce continues to shrink. Japan has already been experimenting with autonomous vehicles, AI-driven services, and smart manufacturing technologies to stay ahead of the curve. Additionally, Japan's commitment to renewable energy and environmental sustainability presents new opportunities for innovation. Japan has long been at the forefront of energy-efficient technologies, and as the world moves towards a greener future, Japan has the potential to be a global leader in clean energy solutions. However, Japan's economy faces significant challenges in adapting to the global digital economy. While Japan has been a leader in hardware and engineering, its software industry lags behind competitors in countries like the United States and China. Japan will need to invest heavily in digital infrastructure and innovation hubs to foster a new wave of technology startups. This digital transformation will also need to be paired with reforms in the education system, where an emphasis on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, education and entrepreneurship will be key to fostering the next generation of innovators. Furthermore, Japan's trade relationships will need to evolve to accommodate a changing global economy. Japan has traditionally been a major player in global trade, but recent shifts, such as the rise of China and protectionist trends in Western economies, require Japan to diversify its trade partners and strengthen regional cooperation. Through initiatives like the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, and partnerships with the European Union and ASEAN, Japan aims to build a more resilient and diversified trade network that is less reliant on any single partner. Regional security and geopolitics, balancing tradition and innovation. Japan's strategic position in East Asia places it at the heart of one of the most dynamic and contentious regions in the world. As China's influence continues to grow, and North Korea's provocations continue to pose a threat, Japan finds itself navigating an increasingly complex security environment. The traditional US-Japan alliance has remained a cornerstone of Japan's defense strategy, but Japan is increasingly finding itself balancing its reliance on American power with the need to forge its own path in regional security. In response to rising threats in the region, Japan has taken steps to enhance its military capabilities. The country has expanded its self-defense forces, SDF, and increased its defense spending, despite its historical pacifism. Japan's national security strategy, introduced in recent years, emphasizes the importance of deterrence, cybersecurity, and missile defense in protecting its interests. Japan has also increased its participation in multilateral security arrangements, such as the Quad, which includes the United States, India, and Australia. This partnership aims to counterbalance China's growing military assertiveness in the Indo-Pacific region and promote a free and open maritime order. Japan's security policy in the coming years will likely continue to evolve, with the country potentially taking on a more active military role in regional and international conflicts. However, Japan's pacifist constitution remains a significant obstacle to full military autonomy. How Japan adapts its defense strategy within these constraints, while maintaining its commitment to peace and diplomacy, will be one of the key questions of its future security policy. Cultural influence and soft power. While Japan faces significant challenges in the realms of economy and security, it remains one of the world's most influential cultural powers. The country's cultural exports, particularly anime, manga, video games, and fashion, have earned Japan a significant place in global popular culture. Japan's influence extends well beyond entertainment. Its design principles, artistic traditions, and culinary culture have shaped global aesthetics, consumer trends, and lifestyles. Japan's soft power is a potent tool in its diplomacy, allowing the nation to build relationships and influence global trends without resorting to coercion. Japan has long been a leader in cultural diplomacy, using its arts, literature, and traditions to foster international goodwill and strengthen relationships with other countries. As Japan continues to promote its cultural identity on the global stage, it has the potential to remain a key player in the international community. Narrator: Japan's future will depend on its ability to balance its rich history with the demands of an ever-changing world. The challenges of demographic decline, economic transformation, and regional security will test Japan's resilience. Yet, with its strong technological base, cultural influence, and diplomatic expertise, Japan stands poised to continue shaping the future of the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. How Japan navigates this new era, embracing innovation while staying true to its traditions, will determine its place on the global stage in the decades to come. As Japan enters the next phase of its evolution in the 21st century, its economic future will be shaped by the very technological advancements that have long defined the nation's industrial prowess. While Japan's economy has traditionally been driven by manufacturing, heavy industry, and export, the rapidly changing landscape of technology, global trade, and innovation presents both significant challenges and remarkable opportunities. Japan's path forward will depend on its ability to adapt to new economic paradigms, integrate emerging technologies, and reinforce its place in an increasingly globalized and digital world. In this scene, we explore the key drivers that will shape Japan's economic future, from its leadership in robotics and artificial intelligence, AI, to its role in global trade and international diplomacy. Technological innovation: Japan's edge in robotics and AI. Japan's reputation as a technological powerhouse has been built over decades of innovation. From the development of the bullet train to the cutting-edge consumer electronics of the 1980s and 90s, Japan has consistently been at the forefront of technological advancement. Today, Japan is again positioning itself as a leader in the next frontier of technology, robotics and artificial intelligence. These two fields are expected to revolutionize not only Japan's economy but also the very nature of work, manufacturing, and everyday life. Robotics has long been a cornerstone of Japan's industrial sector. Japan is home to some of the world's most recognizable robotics companies, such as Honda, Yaskawa Electric, and Fanuc, which have transformed the manufacturing and automation sectors. However, Japan's vision for robotics goes beyond industrial applications. With an aging population and an increasingly shrinking workforce, Japan is now focusing on humanoid robots and assistive robots to help the elderly, those with disabilities, and workers in healthcare and domestic settings. Technologies such as robot caregivers, service robots, and robotic exoskeletons are being developed to address the social challenges posed by Japan's demographic trends. The potential of artificial intelligence, AI, also holds great promise for Japan's economic future. AI is expected to revolutionize industries from healthcare to finance, logistics, and education. Japan has been investing heavily in AI research and has become a key player in the global AI race. The Japanese government has launched several initiatives, such as the AI Strategy 2019, to promote the development and deployment of AI technologies. Japan's ability to harness AI for everything from autonomous vehicles to predictive healthcare and smart cities will likely determine its place in the future global economy. In the realm of manufacturing, Japan's adoption of Industry 4.0, which includes smart factories, IoT, Internet of Things, and big data analytics, promises to bring higher levels of efficiency, customization, and sustainability to its industrial base. The country's ongoing commitment to automation and advanced robotics will help maintain its global manufacturing leadership while reducing labor shortages caused by its aging population. Economic transition, moving from heavy industry to a digital economy. Japan's economy is currently undergoing a transformation from a model dominated by heavy industry to one focused on services and digital innovation. While Japan's industrial base remains strong, particularly in automobile manufacturing, electronics, and machine tools, the future growth of the economy will depend on sectors such as digital services, green energy, biotechnology, and financial technology, fintech. In recent years, Japan has placed a significant emphasis on becoming a leader in fintech and digital currency development. With the advent of blockchain technology and the rise of cryptocurrencies, Japan has sought to establish itself as a global hub for financial innovation. In 2017, Japan became one of the first countries to officially recognize Bitcoin as a legal method of payment, paving the way for a more open financial ecosystem. As digital payment systems become increasingly central to the global economy, Japan is well positioned to capitalize on these new developments. Meanwhile, Japan's push toward green energy and sustainability is opening up new areas of economic opportunity. As the world transitions to cleaner energy sources, Japan is investing heavily in renewable energy, particularly solar power, wind energy, and hydrogen fuel cells. Japan is already a leader in energy-efficient technologies, and its global push for sustainable development positions it to be a significant player in the green economy. Furthermore, Japan's aging population presents an opportunity for growth in the biotechnology and healthcare sectors. The country has a strong foundation in medical research and pharmaceuticals, and the growing demand for elderly care and healthcare services will fuel further innovation. Companies focused on biomedical technologies, gene therapy, and personalized medicine will be vital in meeting the needs of Japan's elderly population and improving the quality of life for its citizens. Global trade, navigating geopolitical shifts and economic integration. In a rapidly changing global economy, Japan's trade relationships will be crucial to its economic future. As one of the world's largest exporters, Japan has long relied on its ability to navigate global markets and forge strong economic ties with countries across the world. However, Japan must now adapt to new geopolitical dynamics, including the rise of China and the resurgence of protectionist policies in the West. Japan's economic strategy in the coming years will likely involve a continued focus on trade diversification and strengthening its regional ties. The country has already taken significant steps in this direction, particularly through its involvement in multilateral trade agreements such as the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP. The CPTPP, a free trade agreement involving countries such as Australia, Canada, Mexico, and Singapore, has allowed Japan to secure preferential trade terms and access to new markets, especially in the Asia-Pacific. Additionally, Japan is looking to strengthen its economic relationships with Europe and Africa. Japan's involvement in the Japan-European Union Economic Partnership Agreement, EPA, for example, will give it easier access to the world's largest economic bloc. In Africa, Japan's investments in infrastructure, technology, and sustainable development are positioning it as a key partner in the continent's growth. The relationship between Japan and China, its largest trading partner, will continue to play a critical role in Japan's economic future. Despite tensions over issues like the East China Sea, the two nations share deep economic ties. Japan will need to navigate this relationship carefully, balancing economic cooperation with the geopolitical challenges posed by China's growing influence in Asia. As Japan seeks to secure its position in the global economy, the nation will need to adapt its economic diplomacy to an increasingly competitive world. This will require an emphasis on technology leadership, sustainability, and multilateralism in trade policy. By strengthening partnerships and alliances with both developed and developing countries, Japan can continue to ensure its place as a global economic leader. A resilient economy, Japan's adaptability in the face of change. Japan's economic resilience will be tested in the coming decades, as the nation faces an increasingly complex global environment. To meet these challenges head-on, Japan will need to be flexible, innovative, and forward-thinking. The key to Japan's economic future lies in its ability to leverage its technological advantages, its position as a global trade leader, and its commitment to sustainability and green innovation. While the challenges are considerable, especially the demographic pressures and the shifting balance of global power, Japan has proven time and time again its ability to adapt and reinvent itself. By investing in cutting-edge technologies, diversifying its trade relationships, and ensuring that its economy remains inclusive and resilient, Japan can navigate the complexities of the 21st century global economy. Narrator: Japan's future economic success will depend on its ability to embrace change while leveraging its historical strengths. The integration of technology, the expansion of global trade, and a commitment to sustainability will allow Japan to remain a key player on the global stage. As the nation faces an uncertain future, its adaptability, innovation, and commitment to excellence will be the driving forces behind its continued prosperity. In a world that is increasingly interconnected, the influence of nations is not only measured by their military power, economic might, or political sway, it is also deeply shaped by what is often called soft power. Soft power refers to a country's ability to shape global perceptions, foster goodwill, and create cultural influence through non-coercive means. For Japan, this form of influence has long been a cornerstone of its global presence, and as we move into the 21st century, Japan's cultural exports, artistic traditions, and innovation in technology and media continue to define its role on the world stage. In this scene, we explore Japan's remarkable cultural legacy and how it is leveraging its soft power to shape the future of global relations, from the export of its popular culture to the projection of its traditional values. Japan's global cultural exports, anime, manga, and video games. Few countries in the world have had such a profound impact on global popular culture as Japan. Over the past few decades, Japan has become synonymous with its anime, animated films and TV shows, manga, graphic novels, and video games, industries that have not only generated billions of dollars in revenue but also cultivated a devoted global fan base that spans multiple generations. Anime, in particular, has exploded in popularity worldwide. What began as a distinctly Japanese form of animation has evolved into a global phenomenon, with iconic franchises like Naruto, Dragon Ball, One Piece, Attack on Titan, and Studio Ghibli's films captivating audiences around the world. The anime industry has become a cultural powerhouse, shaping everything from fashion and language to consumer behavior and media consumption. Japan's ability to export its culture through anime has transcended traditional boundaries. Countries from North America to Europe, from South America to Southeast Asia, have embraced anime in all its forms, leading to anime conventions, fan clubs, and even Japanese language courses dedicated to understanding the language of anime. Through these cultural exports, Japan has established a global brand identity built on creativity, innovation, and the exploration of universal themes such as love, identity, conflict, and self-discovery. Manga, the source material for much of anime, also holds a significant place in global culture. With manga series reaching millions of readers across the globe, Japan's literary tradition has become intertwined with its animation industry. While manga's origins date back centuries, it was the post-World War II era that saw the rise of manga as a key driver of the Japanese entertainment industry. Today, manga is not only a source of entertainment, but also a vehicle for profound storytelling that covers everything from historical fiction to sci-fi and slice-of-life dramas. Japan's influence in the video game industry is just as profound. Pioneering companies like Nintendo, Sony, and Sega transformed the global entertainment landscape by creating iconic franchises such as Super Mario, Final Fantasy, Pokémon, and Zelda. These games have become not just popular pastimes but cultural touchstones, representing both technological innovation and the ability to tell compelling stories through interactive media. Japan remains one of the world's leading forces in gaming innovation, pushing the boundaries of virtual reality, VR, augmented reality, AR, and mobile gaming. Through these cultural exports, Japan has created a soft power that allows it to project its values, creativity, and modernity to the world, while simultaneously fostering a sense of global connection. Japanese media has not only enriched the lives of people worldwide but has also served as a bridge for greater cultural exchange and mutual understanding. The global influence of Japanese fashion and design. Beyond anime, manga, and video games, Japan has long been a leader in the global fashion and design industries. Japan's unique approach to fashion and aesthetics, merging tradition with modernity, has captivated the world, from the streets of Tokyo to the runways of Paris and Milan. In particular, Tokyo has earned a reputation as one of the fashion capitals of the world. The city's eclectic mix of high fashion, streetwear, and avant-garde design has influenced global fashion trends. Designers like Issey Miyake, Rei Kawakubo of Comme des Garçons, and Yohji Yamamoto have shaped global fashion with their distinctively Japanese aesthetics that combine minimalism, deconstruction, and innovative use of materials. The fashion industry in Japan is also notable for its emphasis on craftsmanship, attention to detail, and blending of tradition with contemporary design. Japan's influence in industrial design is equally significant. The country's emphasis on clean lines, functionality, and simplicity has set the standard for modern design. From the sharp precision of Sony electronics to the innovative beauty of Muji products and the meticulous craftsmanship of Japanese furniture, Japan's design philosophy has become globally recognized. The concept of wabi-sabi, the Japanese appreciation for the beauty of imperfection and transience, continues to inspire architects, designers, and artists worldwide. Traditional Japanese arts, preserving heritage in a modern world. While Japan's modern cultural exports have gained widespread popularity, the nation has also made significant efforts to preserve its traditional arts and cultural heritage in the face of rapid globalization. The practice of tea ceremonies, calligraphy, ikebana, flower arranging, kabuki theater, and no plays are not only vital components of Japan's cultural identity but also serve as powerful representations of the nation's values and aesthetic principles. The Japanese government has taken steps to preserve these traditions by designating many of them as intangible cultural heritage. In cities like Kyoto, the preservation of traditional architecture, temples, and cultural practices remains a priority. Japan's commitment to maintaining these traditions, while also embracing modernity, demonstrates the nation's ability to balance its deep cultural heritage with its forward-looking vision. Japan's culinary arts also stand as an expression of the country's culture. The global appeal of Japanese cuisine, particularly sushi, ramen, and tempura, has introduced millions around the world to Japan's culinary heritage. In 2013, Japanese washiku, traditional cuisine, was recognized by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage. The artistry and precision involved in the preparation and presentation of Japanese food reflect the nation's broader cultural emphasis on craftsmanship, beauty, and the balance of flavors. Japan's role in global diplomacy and soft power. In the realm of international diplomacy, Japan's cultural influence is an essential part of its broader geopolitical strategy. By projecting its culture through soft power, Japan has been able to foster goodwill, cooperation, and mutual understanding with countries around the world. The country has also used its global cultural influence to address sensitive geopolitical issues and to strengthen its position in international organizations like the United Nations and World Trade Organization. Japan's cultural diplomacy initiatives, such as the Japan Foundation, which promotes the country's culture and language worldwide, are central to its efforts to build a network of cultural exchange and cooperation. These programs offer grants, educational exchanges, and support for cultural events, such as exhibitions, festivals, and performances. Through these initiatives, Japan fosters positive relationships with countries around the world, strengthening its standing as a respected member of the global community. Additionally, Japan's growing involvement in humanitarian efforts and sustainable development initiatives has enhanced its image as a global leader in areas such as peace building, environmental sustainability, and cultural preservation. By leveraging its soft power, Japan can influence global conversations on key issues, such as climate change, gender equality, and global health, while remaining true to its values of peace, harmony, and mutual respect. Narrator. Japan's influence in the 21st century will be shaped not only by its economic and technological advancements, but by its profound cultural contributions to the world. Through its soft power, Japan has created lasting global connections, promoted peace and understanding, and redefined the role of culture in diplomacy. As Japan continues to project its cultural legacy onto the world stage, it will undoubtedly continue to shape global trends, from entertainment and design to politics and international relations. In an era marked by shifting global power dynamics, heightened geopolitical tensions, and emerging security threats, Japan's approach to national security and defense has undergone significant transformation. Historically known for its post-World War II pacifism and reliance on U.S. military alliances, Japan has increasingly redefined its defense strategy in the 21st century, as it faces new challenges both at home and abroad. This scene explores Japan's evolving defense posture, its commitment to regional security, and how it balances peaceful diplomacy with the need to modernize and adapt its military capabilities in an increasingly uncertain world. Post-war pacifism and security constraints. Following Japan's defeat in World War II, the country adopted a pacifist constitution under the guidance of the United States, which renounced war and military aggression as instruments of national policy. Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution explicitly renounced the use of military force to settle international disputes, creating a legal framework that constrained Japan's defense policy for decades. For much of the 20th century, Japan's defense strategy relied on the U.S.-Japan Security Alliance, which provided the country with a security guarantee underpinned by the presence of U.S. military forces in Japan. The U.S. military bases in Okinawa and other parts of Japan played a critical role in maintaining regional stability and deterring potential threats, particularly during the Cold War and throughout the post-Cold War period. Japan's Self-Defense Forces, SDF, which were established in 1954, were created with the understanding that Japan's military could not engage in offensive operations and could only defend its territory if attacked. Over time, the SDF grew into a highly capable force, but Japan's military was restricted in its scope and mission, limited primarily to defensive operations. For decades, Japan maintained a delicate balance between its commitment to pacifism and the reality of the changing security environment. However, as the global security landscape evolved, Japan began to reconsider its defense strategy, particularly as rising threats from China, North Korea, and other regional actors challenged its security assumptions. Rising geopolitical threats and changing defense priorities. In recent years, Japan has been confronted with increasingly complex security challenges, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. The rise of China as a global power, with its growing military capabilities and assertive stance on territorial issues, has been a significant concern for Japan. The South China Sea disputes, in which China claims territorial rights over vast maritime areas, have raised alarms for Japan, which relies heavily on freedom of navigation for its trade routes and access to vital sea lanes. Japan is also increasingly concerned about China's military activities around the East China Sea, where it faces tensions over the Senkaku Islands, known as the Diaoyu Islands in China. These islands, which Japan controls, are claimed by China and have been a flashpoint for naval and air confrontations. In response, Japan has taken steps to bolster its defense posture, enhancing its military presence and readiness in the region. In addition to China, Japan is also wary of the threat posed by North Korea, particularly its nuclear weapons program and the development of ballistic missiles capable of reaching Japan's territory. North Korea's repeated missile tests and provocative actions have heightened Japan's sense of vulnerability, compelling the nation to reconsider its defense policies and take more proactive steps to ensure its security. Beyond its immediate neighborhood, Japan is also concerned about the broader global security environment. The ongoing U.S.-China rivalry, the challenges posed by cybersecurity threats, and the risk of regional conflicts spilling over into larger global confrontations have all influenced Japan's shifting defense priorities. Defense modernization and expanding military capabilities. In response to these emerging security threats, Japan has embarked on a significant defense modernization effort, aimed at strengthening its military capabilities while staying within the bounds of its constitutional restrictions. Japan's government has gradually embraced a more assertive defense strategy, focusing on deterrence, regional stability, and defense self-reliance. Japan's defense white papers and official defense policies have reflected this shift. The government has committed to increasing defense spending, modernizing its military technology, and expanding its security partnerships with other countries. Japan's defense budget has consistently risen, reflecting the growing need to invest in advanced technologies and new defense systems to counter regional threats. One of the key areas of focus in Japan's defense modernization has been the development of advanced missile defense systems. The country has deployed Aegis-equipped destroyers and the PAC-3 Patriot missile system, designed to intercept potential missile threats from North Korea. Japan has also been developing its own ballistic missile defense technology, including collaboration with the United States on the THAAD, Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System. In addition to missile defense, Japan has been strengthening its cyber defense capabilities, recognizing the growing threats posed by cyber attacks from state and non-state actors. Japan's increasing reliance on digital technologies and the Internet of Things, IoT, for its critical infrastructure makes it particularly vulnerable to cyber threats, prompting the country to focus on building more robust cybersecurity defenses. Japan has also invested in new air and naval capabilities, including advanced fighter jets like the F-35 and the development of new destroyers and submarines. The Japanese military has also focused on enhancing its amphibious warfare capabilities to secure its remote islands and respond to potential territorial disputes in the region. Reinterpreting Japan's pacifist constitution, a shift toward collective security. One of the most significant developments in Japan's defense strategy has been the reinterpretation of its pacifist constitution. In 2014, the Japanese government, led by Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, passed a reinterpretation of Article 9, allowing Japan to engage in collective security operations with allies like the United States. This marked a departure from Japan's long-standing policy of strictly limiting military operations to self-defense. The collective security concept allows Japan to support its allies in cases of armed attack, even if Japan itself is not directly threatened. This shift has enabled Japan to participate in peacekeeping operations and humanitarian missions under the auspices of the United Nations, as well as bolster its alliances with countries like Australia and India through joint defense initiatives. Japan's participation in multilateral defense arrangements has also increased. For example, Japan is a key member of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, Quad, a security partnership between the United States, Japan, India, and Australia, which aims to counter China's growing influence in the Indo-Pacific region. The Quad represents Japan's desire to play a more active role in regional security and its recognition of the growing importance of multilateral alliances in maintaining stability in the Asia-Pacific. At the same time, Japan remains committed to peaceful diplomacy and dialogue as the primary means of resolving conflicts. While Japan has significantly modernized its military capabilities, it has also emphasized the importance of working with international organizations, engaging in arms control discussions, and maintaining its status as a global advocate for peace. The future of Japan's defense, a comprehensive strategy for peace and security. Japan's defense strategy in the 21st century reflects a balancing act between regional threats, global challenges, and its long-standing commitment to peaceful diplomacy. As Japan faces a more complex and dynamic security environment, the nation's approach to defense will continue to evolve, with an emphasis on technological innovation, multilateral cooperation, and the pursuit of peace through strength. The future of Japan's defense will also be shaped by its relationship with China, North Korea, and its alliance with the United States. As the world's second-largest economy and a key player in global diplomacy, Japan will continue to play a pivotal role in maintaining regional security and promoting stability in the Indo-Pacific. Japan's military modernization, coupled with its commitment to international peacekeeping, humanitarian efforts, and cooperative defense arrangements, will allow the nation to ensure its security while adhering to the principles of peace and non-aggression. Japan's role as a defender of the international order, both through military preparedness and diplomatic engagement, will remain central to its global standing and influence. Narrator. As Japan moves forward into a new era of global security, its defense strategy will continue to evolve in response to both old and new threats. With a renewed focus on regional stability, military modernization, and multilateral alliances, Japan will ensure that it remains a key player in global defense and security, committed to both peace and the protection of its national interests. From the ashes of World War II, Japan emerged as one of the world's most formidable economic powers, a testament to its resilience, innovation, and ability to adapt in an ever-changing global marketplace. In the years following the war, Japan faced the monumental challenge of rebuilding a shattered nation. However, by the late 20th century it had become the world's second-largest economy, propelled by an exceptional industrial base, groundbreaking technological advancements, and a focus on quality manufacturing. In this scene, we will explore Japan's transformation from a war-torn nation to an economic juggernaut, examining the key factors that fueled its rise, its impact on the global economy, and the challenges it faces in the 21st century as it seeks to maintain its position in an increasingly complex global economy. Post-war reconstruction and the birth of Japan's economic miracle. After Japan's defeat in 1945, its economy was in ruins. Cities were destroyed, infrastructure was in disrepair, and the nation's industrial base had been decimated. With no natural resources to draw upon and a population facing immense hardship, Japan's recovery seemed impossible. Yet, thanks to a combination of U.S. support, domestic reforms, and governmental leadership, Japan's economy would grow at an unprecedented pace in the coming decades. This period would later be known as the Japanese economic miracle. The first steps towards rebuilding Japan's economy began with the American-led occupation under General Douglas MacArthur. During this period, Japan underwent extensive political, social, and economic reforms, which included land redistribution, democratization, and the establishment of a new constitution. MacArthur's reforms helped lay the foundation for a more egalitarian society and political stability, which were critical for economic growth. With the Cold War intensifying and the U.S. concerned about communism in East Asia, Japan became an important ally in the region. The U.S.-Japan Security Treaty of 1951 not only ensured military protection but also laid the groundwork for Japan's integration into the global economic system. Under the guidance of U.S. economic advisors, Japan rebuilt its industrial infrastructure and began a rapid process of modernization. Japan's economic recovery was also bolstered by the Korean War, 1950 to 1953, which led to a surge in demand for Japanese goods and materials. The war stimulated the Japanese manufacturing sector, particularly in industries such as steel, textiles, and machinery. The U.S. government provided funds to Japan for supplies and equipment, creating a booming market for Japanese products. This influx of money and resources enabled Japan to increase its industrial capacity and become an essential supplier in Asia. By the 1960s, Japan's economy was experiencing rapid growth, and the nation had become a global manufacturing hub. The Keiretsu system, a network of interlinked corporations, enabled efficient production processes and fostered industrial cooperation. Companies like Toyota, Sony, Panasonic, and Honda emerged as global leaders, with Japan-made products becoming synonymous with quality and innovation. The Japanese industrial model, focused on continuous improvement and attention to detail, became a model for the world. Technological innovation, Japan's dominance in electronics and automotive industries. In the 1970s and 1980s, Japan reached the height of its economic power, driven in large part by the country's world-renowned technological innovations. As the world shifted toward a more consumer-driven economy, Japan became a leader in electronics, automobiles, and consumer goods. Japanese automakers, led by companies like Toyota, Honda, Nissan, and Mitsubishi, revolutionized the automobile industry. Japanese cars were known for their affordability, fuel efficiency, and reliability, qualities that made them immensely popular worldwide. By the 1970s, Japan had become the largest car exporter globally, surpassing European competitors like Germany's Volkswagen and America's General Motors. The Toyota Production System, TPS, became a benchmark for lean manufacturing, and principles like just-in-time, JIT, production spread globally, helping companies reduce waste and increase efficiency. In the field of electronics, Japan was a dominant force in the production of consumer electronics. Companies like Sony, Sharp, and Panasonic developed cutting-edge technologies, including the Walkman, flat-screen TVs, and VHS players, which transformed the way people interacted with media. Japan's focus on innovation, quality control, and research and development allowed its firms to stay ahead of global competitors. By the 1980s, Japan's consumer electronics market was unrivaled, with Japanese products synonymous with advanced technology and reliability. Moreover, Japan became a global leader in robotics and electronics manufacturing, pioneering automated production systems and building a reputation for creating highly efficient factories. These technological innovations allowed Japan to not only meet its domestic needs but to export products worldwide, maintaining its position as a global economic leader. The bubble economy and the lost decade. Despite Japan's remarkable economic success, the nation's rise to prominence would not be without challenges. In the late 1980s, Japan's economy was overheating, and the country's financial markets became plagued by speculation and overvaluation of assets. The Japanese stock market and real estate values skyrocketed, creating what became known as the bubble economy. This period of rapid economic growth was marked by a sense of invincibility and excess, as Japan's industrial and technological might made it a leading global economic power. However, in the early 1990s, the bubble burst. Japan's financial sector was hit hard, as stock prices plummeted and real estate values collapsed. The aftermath was a period of economic stagnation known as the lost decade, lasting throughout the 1990s and into the early 2000s. During this time, Japan faced deflation, high public debt, and unemployment as its economy struggled to regain momentum. The economic crisis was exacerbated by the Asian financial crisis of 1997 and a series of global recessions. Japan's industrial giants, long accustomed to easy access to capital, found themselves struggling to adapt to the new global economic order. The country's banking sector was burdened with bad loans, and the government's attempts to stimulate the economy through fiscal policy were largely ineffective. Despite these setbacks, Japan managed to remain an economic power, though its growth rate slowed considerably. The country turned to new strategies, including embracing technological innovation, environmentally friendly industries, and international trade partnerships. Japan in the 21st century, challenges and new economic opportunities. As the 21st century unfolded, Japan's economy faced a host of new challenges, particularly the aging population and a shrinking workforce. The country's rapidly aging population, one of the oldest in the world, posed serious challenges to the sustainability of its welfare state and economic productivity. In response, Japan began implementing policies to encourage immigration, automation, and robotics to help maintain its economic strength. Another challenge Japan faced was competition from emerging markets like China and India, both of which have become formidable players in global manufacturing and innovation. While Japan's industrial base remains strong, its share of global markets in electronics and automobiles has faced increasing pressure from more cost-effective producers in these countries. However, Japan has shown remarkable adaptability in the face of these challenges. The country has embraced new industries, including renewable energy, artificial intelligence, AI, and biotechnology. Japan's automotive industry has shifted toward producing electric vehicles, EVs, and autonomous cars, responding to the growing global demand for cleaner technologies. The country's technological firms are also at the forefront of AI research and 5G technology, positioning Japan as a key player in the next generation of global technological development. Moreover, Japan continues to play a leading role in international trade, participating in regional trade agreements like the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCP. Japan's focus on free trade, global partnerships, and investment in emerging markets will likely ensure that the country remains a key economic player on the world stage. Narrator: Japan's journey from post-war devastation to global economic powerhouse is one of remarkable resilience, innovation, and adaptation. While the nation faces challenges in an ever-evolving global economy, its commitment to technological leadership, high-quality manufacturing, and global trade ensures its continued influence in shaping the economic landscape of the 21st century. Japan's economic future will likely hinge on its ability to embrace new opportunities in a rapidly changing world, from green technologies to artificial intelligence. With its blend of tradition and modernity, Japan stands poised to continue its role as one of the world's leading economic powers. In addition to its economic prowess, Japan has cultivated a form of influence that transcends trade and technology. While the nation's rise as an economic superpower is a defining feature of its 20th and 21st century identity, Japan's soft power has arguably been just as significant in shaping its modern legacy. From the emergence of its distinct cultural exports to its diplomatic approach in world affairs, Japan has leveraged its unique cultural traditions and innovations to establish a powerful global presence. This scene will explore how Japan's influence extends far beyond its borders, delving into the various cultural exports, diplomatic strategies, and global trends that have allowed Japan to become a cultural and soft power leader in the world stage. Through the lens of its cultural renaissance, Japan has effectively shaped global perceptions of the country, fostering a lasting influence on the world. Cultural exports: the rise of Japanese popular culture. Japan's cultural influence is evident in its popular culture, which has captured the imagination of millions around the globe. What began as domestic forms of entertainment, art, and tradition has blossomed into a worldwide phenomenon. By the late 20th century, Japan had developed a unique blend of culture that transcended regional boundaries. Through its cinema, television, music, literature, fashion, and especially its anime and manga, Japan successfully projected its cultural identity onto the global stage. Anime, in particular, stands as a cornerstone of Japan's soft power. The term, anime, refers to the animated television shows and films that emerged in Japan in the mid-20th century, and by the 1980s, it became a major cultural export. Iconic series like Astro Boy, Dragon Ball, and Sailor Moon became global phenomena, transcending language and cultural barriers to become deeply ingrained in popular culture across the world. By the 1990s, Japan's animated films, such as Hayao Miyazaki's Studio Ghibli films, reached international acclaim, with titles like Spirited Away and My Neighbor Totoro winning prestigious awards and drawing a global audience. Japanese manga, the comic book counterpart to anime, further solidified Japan's cultural dominance in the global entertainment industry. Manga has become an essential part of global reading culture, with millions of copies sold every year, translated into numerous languages. The vast diversity of genres, from fantasy and action to slice of life and historical dramas, has given manga an unparalleled reach, appealing to a wide spectrum of readers. Shonen Jump, for instance, has introduced audiences to some of the most popular manga series ever created, including One Piece, Naruto, and Attack on Titan. Beyond these mainstream forms of entertainment, Japanese fashion has played a significant role in shaping global trends. From Harajuku street style to haute couture designers like Issey Miyake and Yohji Yamamoto, Japan has influenced global fashion movements, offering unique and avant-garde designs that reflect the country's blending of traditional and modern aesthetics. Designers have made waves on international runways, while local trends have created subcultures that influence youth culture worldwide. Japan's influence on global music is also undeniable. With J-pop, Japanese pop music, gaining popularity around the world, artists like Hikaru Utada and Erasure have garnered global fanbases. The rise of Japanese visual kei, a music and fashion movement that blends rock, glam, and theatricality, has created cross-cultural conversations about the boundaries of music and identity. In these ways, Japan's cultural exports have created a powerful vehicle for the country's soft power, allowing Japan to influence global trends, introduce new artistic ideas, and build international goodwill among audiences who may have never set foot in Japan. Diplomatic influence. Japan's role in global affairs. Beyond culture, Japan has also shaped the global political landscape through its strategic diplomatic efforts. Japan's role as a leading voice in international organizations and its soft power diplomacy have further bolstered its influence worldwide. While it remains a pacifist nation, due to its post-war constitution, Japan has leveraged economic aid, humanitarian outreach, and scientific collaboration to establish itself as an influential global player. Since the 1950s, Japan has been an active participant in the United Nations, contributing both financial resources and diplomatic support to a wide range of initiatives. Japan's Official Development Assistance (ODA) program has made it one of the largest donors of foreign aid, particularly in Asia and Africa. Through its ODA, Japan has contributed to development projects, infrastructure, education, and public health, which has solidified its standing as a global partner for peace and prosperity. One of Japan's key strategies for expanding its influence has been its focus on regional diplomacy. It has maintained a strong relationship with the United States, based on mutual security concerns and economic interests, particularly since World War II. Through the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty, Japan ensured its security while also becoming a critical trading partner of the U.S. and a key player in the Indo-Pacific region. In addition to its partnership with the U.S., Japan has also cultivated strong ties with its neighboring countries, particularly through trade agreements. Japan's involvement in the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation (APEC) and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership (RCP) underscores its commitment to fostering regional stability and cooperation. It also actively promotes peaceful relations with its neighboring countries, including South Korea, China, and the ASEAN nations, though tensions remain in areas like the South China Sea and historical disputes. Japan has also positioned itself as a major advocate for global environmental policy. Its commitment to reducing carbon emissions, advancing sustainable technology, and supporting global initiatives like the Paris Climate Agreement illustrates the country's dedication to preserving the environment and providing global leadership on climate issues. The Japanese cultural legacy in modern society. As Japan continues to influence the world, it also remains deeply rooted in its own traditions and heritage. The country's rich history, from its ancient imperial lineage to the cultural treasures of Kyoto, Nara, and Hiroshima, remains a source of pride and national identity. Japan's ability to blend modernity with tradition is one of its defining cultural characteristics, and it plays a central role in the country's global soft power. The Japanese tea ceremony, the art of calligraphy, and the iconic geisha traditions continue to be symbols of Japanese elegance and cultural depth, attracting interest from tourists and cultural enthusiasts alike. Traditional arts and crafts, including kimonos, origami, and ikebana, flower arranging, continue to thrive in Japan's modern society, providing a bridge between past and present. Perhaps most important of all is the Japanese value system, which emphasizes respect, politeness, and honor. These values are embedded in Japanese culture and are reflected in everyday life, from the precision of Japanese craftsmanship to the meticulous attention to detail in customer service. The principles of wabi-sabi, the beauty of imperfection, and omotenashi, the spirit of hospitality, have earned Japan a reputation for warmth, thoughtfulness, and refinement, all of which are embodied in its global interactions. Narrator. Through a blend of innovative technology, rich cultural heritage, and strategic diplomacy, Japan has established itself as one of the world's most influential and respected nations. Its soft power has allowed the country to project an image of prosperity, creativity, and harmony, extending its cultural footprint far beyond its borders. As the world continues to evolve, Japan's global presence remains a powerful force for shaping the future of global trade, culture, and international relations. Whether through its stunning anime, cutting-edge technology, or its diplomatic approach to international relations, Japan stands as a beacon of cultural and economic influence in an increasingly interconnected world. As the 21st century unfolds, Japan continues to lead the world in groundbreaking technologies and scientific advancements. From robotics and artificial intelligence, AI, to space exploration and cutting-edge environmental technologies, Japan's commitment to innovation is unrivaled. The nation's scientific achievements are not only transforming industries but also addressing some of the most pressing challenges of the modern world, including aging populations, environmental sustainability, and energy efficiency. In this scene, we will explore Japan's scientific and technological contributions to the global community, examining its innovations in key fields and how these developments shape the future. We will also look at Japan's investment in research and development, and its role in fostering international collaboration for a more technologically advanced world. Robotics. Japan is the global leader in automation. Japan's contribution to the field of robotics is one of the most prominent and far-reaching. As one of the world's leading producers of robots, Japan has pioneered the development of both industrial robots and robots designed for human interaction. The country's robotics industry has revolutionized manufacturing, healthcare, and daily life, setting a global standard for innovation and practical application. The roots of Japan's robotics revolution can be traced back to the 1970s when Japanese manufacturers began incorporating robots into production lines. Kuka and Fanuc, two of the world's most prominent robotics companies, revolutionized assembly lines, particularly in the automotive industry. Toyota, Honda, and Nissan adopted robotic systems in their factories, allowing them to increase efficiency, reduce costs, and maintain the high standards for which Japanese manufacturing is known. But it wasn't just industrial robotics that Japan became known for. The humanoid robot has become a symbol of Japan's cutting-edge technology, with companies like Honda and SoftBank Robotics pushing the boundaries of what robots can do. Honda's Asimo, one of the most famous humanoid robots ever developed, was designed to interact with humans, walk, climb stairs, and perform simple tasks. Although Asimo was never mass-produced, its technological significance demonstrated Japan's leadership in robotics. The rise of AI and robot-assisted care has been another critical aspect of Japan's robotics industry. With an aging population and a shrinking workforce, Japan has developed robots designed to assist the elderly, helping with tasks such as health monitoring, mobility assistance, and companionship. Robots like Pepper and Robier have become increasingly common in nursing homes and hospitals, offering a new solution to the country's growing demand for healthcare services. Moreover, Japan is leading the development of robotic automation in sectors such as construction, logistics, and space exploration. The Japanese government has set ambitious goals for increasing automation in public infrastructure and urban environments, providing a glimpse of a future in which robots play a key role in daily life and industrial processes. Artificial intelligence. Japan at the forefront of cognitive technologies. Another field where Japan excels is artificial intelligence, AI. The country has been a pioneer in developing AI-driven technologies that improve everything from customer service to medical diagnostics. Japan's approach to AI development emphasizes collaboration between humans and machines, rather than viewing AI as a replacement for human workers. This collaborative approach has positioned Japan as a global leader in AI applications. Japanese companies and research institutions are making major strides in AI technology, particularly in areas such as natural language processing, machine learning, and autonomous systems. Fujitsu, NEC, and Hitachi are leading players in the AI space, creating intelligent systems for industries such as healthcare, finance, and manufacturing. For example, AI-powered diagnostic tools developed in Japan have revolutionized the medical field, helping doctors to identify diseases such as cancer with higher accuracy and efficiency. Japan has also invested heavily in AI research, funding institutions and programs that focus on advancing the field. The government's AI strategy, launched in 2017, aims to promote innovation in AI research, data utilization, and ethical frameworks for AI deployment. Japan's commitment to creating AI-friendly policies, while ensuring the technology is used ethically and responsibly, has made it a global leader in the responsible development of AI. The country has also embraced the idea of autonomous systems, particularly in the automotive industry. Japan's self-driving car research, led by companies like Toyota, Honda, and Nissan, is pushing the boundaries of autonomous vehicle technologies. The goal is to create vehicles that can safely navigate complex environments, reducing the likelihood of accidents and improving traffic flow. Japan's strong focus on integrating AI into transportation systems is a key aspect of the nation's commitment to the future of mobility. Space exploration, Japan's vision for the final frontier. While Japan's technological achievements on Earth are impressive, the country has also established itself as a key player in the exploration of space. The Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA, founded in 2003, has become a respected institution in the field of space science, conducting research and launching numerous missions into space. One of Japan's most notable space accomplishments is the Hayabusa program, a series of missions aimed at exploring asteroids and returning samples to Earth. In 2010, the Hayabusa 1 mission successfully returned samples from Itokawa, an asteroid located over 300 million kilometers from Earth. In 2020, Hayabusa 2 returned even more significant samples from the asteroid Ryugu, marking a major milestone in asteroid exploration. Japan's space technology is also advancing rapidly, with new satellite technologies and partnerships with space agencies around the world. The Kibo module, which is part of the International Space Station, ISS, is a key example of Japan's technological prowess in space. JAXA has also partnered with NASA and other international space agencies on a range of collaborative missions, including exploring the Moon and Mars. In recent years, Japan has been actively preparing for its own man-moon missions and exploring the potential for space tourism. The country's involvement in space exploration not only strengthens its global scientific standing but also showcases Japan's commitment to expanding the frontiers of human knowledge and innovation. Environmental innovation, Japan's green technologies and sustainability efforts. Japan has long been a leader in environmental technology. The country has prioritized sustainability and energy efficiency in its technological advancements, with a particular focus on renewable energy, green transportation, and energy-efficient buildings. Japan's commitment to environmental preservation is evident in the development of cutting-edge technologies that address both climate change and resource management. Japan has been a pioneer in solar energy technology, developing highly efficient solar panels that are now used around the world. The country's government has also launched a series of green initiatives, including the promotion of electric vehicles, EVs, and the establishment of policies aimed at reducing carbon emissions. By encouraging the use of clean energy and eco-friendly technology, Japan is working to combat climate change and create a sustainable future for generations to come. The rise of smart cities in Japan is another example of the nation's commitment to creating sustainable urban environments. Cities like Fujisawa Sustainable Smart Towns serve as models for the integration of energy-efficient technologies, renewable energy sources, and advanced infrastructure. Japan's focus on creating environmentally conscious cities is influencing urban planning around the world. In addition, Japan is making significant strides in water purification, waste management, and sustainable agriculture, using technology to address resource scarcity and environmental concerns. By combining innovation with a deep respect for nature, Japan is shaping a more sustainable and eco-friendly future. Narrator. Through its pioneering work in robotics, artificial intelligence, space exploration, and environmental sustainability, Japan continues to shape the future of technology and science. As the country invests in new technologies, it also demonstrates how scientific progress can be harnessed for the collective benefit of humanity. Japan's role in advancing global innovation, fostering international cooperation, and building a sustainable future is a testament to its ongoing commitment to technological leadership. As Japan continues to push the boundaries of what is possible, its influence in shaping the world of tomorrow will only grow stronger. Japan's post-war economic transformation stands as one of the most remarkable stories in modern history. Emerging from the devastation of World War II, Japan was left with a shattered economy, a decimated infrastructure, and a demoralized population. Yet, within a few decades, the nation would rise to become one of the world's largest and most advanced economies, earning a place as a global economic powerhouse. How did Japan achieve this extraordinary transformation, and what lessons can the world draw from its experience? In this scene, we will examine the economic miracle of post-war Japan, exploring the factors that fueled its rapid industrialization and the key strategies that made it one of the most competitive economies in the world. We will explore the role of the government, the private sector, and international cooperation in shaping Japan's economic trajectory, as well as the challenges the country faces in maintaining its position as a global leader. Post-war recovery and the seeds of economic growth. The end of World War II left Japan economically crippled, with its cities destroyed, infrastructure in ruins, and its industrial base severely damaged. The country faced widespread poverty, food shortages, and a lack of industrial capacity. Under the terms of Japan's surrender, the United States led the occupation of Japan from 1945 to 1952, which set the stage for Japan's post-war recovery and the beginning of its economic revival. One of the first priorities during the occupation was the demilitarization of Japan, which meant dismantling its military-industrial complex. At the same time, economic reforms were put in place under the guidance of U.S. occupation forces. These included land reforms that redistributed land to farmers, democratization of industrial ownership, and the introduction of labor laws that empowered workers. By eliminating the concentration of wealth and land in the hands of a few, these reforms laid the foundation for broad-based economic growth. The Japanese government played a critical role in steering the country toward recovery by implementing targeted industrial policies that focused on rebuilding key sectors, such as steel, coal, automobiles, and shipbuilding. At the same time, the government invested in education and research to create a highly skilled workforce capable of supporting industrial growth. The commitment to education and the development of a skilled labor force would become one of the cornerstones of Japan's economic success. The beginning of the Korean War in 1950 proved to be a turning point for Japan's economy. As the United States shifted its focus to military production for the war, Japan became a key supplier of goods and materials. The influx of orders from the U.S. military helped jumpstart Japan's industrial output, particularly in the manufacturing of weapons, textiles, and machinery. This period also saw the rise of large conglomerates, known as keiretsu, which would dominate Japan's industrial landscape for decades. The economic miracle, rapid industrialization and technological advancement. By the 1950s and 1960s, Japan's economy began to show signs of extraordinary growth, with GDP growth rates averaging over 10% per year. This period of rapid industrialization is often referred to as the economic miracle, a time when Japan transitioned from a war-ravaged country into one of the world's largest and most sophisticated economies. Japan's industrial base expanded rapidly, with the country focusing heavily on manufacturing and exports. Automobile manufacturing became one of the key industries that fueled Japan's growth, with companies like Toyota, Nissan, and Honda emerging as global leaders. Japan's automobile industry revolutionized global markets with affordable, reliable, and fuel-efficient cars, creating a strong export base that allowed Japan to maintain a favorable trade balance. At the same time, Japan became a global leader in the electronics industry. Companies such as Sony, Panasonic, Sharp, and Toshiba introduced a wave of technological innovations, from television sets and radios to computers and semiconductors. By the 1970s and 1980s, Japan was not only dominating the consumer electronics market but was also emerging as a leader in robotics and precision manufacturing. Japan's focus on technological innovation and productivity gains was matched by its emphasis on quality control. The Japanese approach to continuous improvement, known as Kaizen, became a model for companies around the world. The principles of lean manufacturing, pioneered by Toyota, were adopted by businesses in every industry, making Japanese companies some of the most efficient and productive in the world. The role of government and private sector in economic development. Japan's economic success can largely be attributed to the close cooperation between the government and private sector. Unlike the more laissez-faire approaches taken by Western nations, Japan's government played an active role in guiding economic development. The Ministry of International Trade and Industry (MITI), established in 1949, became the central authority responsible for coordinating industrial policy and managing the country's economic growth. MITI worked closely with Japan's powerful industrial conglomerates, known as keiretsu, to direct investment toward priority sectors such as automobiles, electronics, and heavy industry. The government provided financial support, infrastructure, and guidance to these industries, while also ensuring that domestic industries could remain competitive on the international stage. The relationship between the government and business was one of mutual benefit, as both sought to position Japan as a global economic power. This close cooperation between government and industry helped Japan achieve rapid technological advancements and maintain a competitive edge in the global marketplace. The focus on long-term planning and strategic investment allowed Japan to leapfrog many Western nations in sectors like automobile production and electronics manufacturing. Challenges of the 1990s: economic stagnation and the lost decade. However, Japan's meteoric rise was not without its challenges. By the late 1980s, Japan had become the second-largest economy in the world, and its influence on global markets was undeniable. But the following decade, known as the Lost Decade, saw Japan's economy stagnate, struggling with asset bubbles, deflation, and an aging population. In the late 1980s, Japan experienced a massive real estate and stock market bubble, driven by excessive speculation and easy credit. When the bubble burst in 1991, the country entered a prolonged period of economic stagnation. The banking sector was hit hard, with bad loans piling up and crippling the financial system. Despite numerous government efforts to stimulate the economy through monetary policy, fiscal stimulus, and structural reforms, Japan struggled to recover. During this time, Japan's aging population began to emerge as a significant challenge. With a rapidly declining birth rate and an increasing proportion of elderly citizens, Japan faced rising healthcare costs and a shrinking workforce. The aging population also placed additional strain on the country's social welfare system, creating long-term challenges for Japan's economic sustainability. Japan in the 21st century, a global economic power facing new challenges. In the 21st century, Japan remains one of the world's largest economies, despite the challenges it has faced in recent decades. It is a key player in the global economy, a leader in advanced technologies, and a critical partner in international trade. However, Japan's economy has shifted in recent years, as it faces new challenges in a rapidly changing global environment. Japan's economy is now more services-oriented, with a growing focus on technology, finance, healthcare, and entertainment. The country has made significant strides in robotics, artificial intelligence, clean energy, and space exploration, positioning itself as a global leader in innovation. Yet, the issues of an aging population, low birth rates, and the need for economic diversification remain. Japan's government continues to focus on structural reforms, such as labor market flexibility, immigration policies, and expanding digitalization to maintain its competitive edge. The country is also increasingly focused on expanding its presence in the Indo-Pacific region through trade agreements and technological partnerships with emerging economies, especially in Asia. Narrator. Japan's journey from a war-torn nation to an economic giant is a testament to the power of resilience, innovation, and collaboration. The country's economic transformation has been driven by a combination of strong government policies, private sector initiative, and a willingness to embrace change. As Japan continues to evolve, its economic future will depend on how it navigates the challenges of the 21st century and adapts to the changing global landscape. Nevertheless, Japan's legacy as one of the world's most influential economic powers is secure, with its continued commitment to technological innovation, global cooperation, and sustainable growth shaping the future. As we reach the final chapter in this exploration of the Japanese Empire, we look not only at its history but at the profound legacy it has left on the modern world. From its imperial past to its remarkable post-war recovery, Japan's trajectory has been marked by transformation, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to progress. As the world stands at the threshold of the 21st century, Japan continues to wield influence across various domains, from culture to economics, technology to diplomacy. But perhaps the most compelling aspect of Japan's legacy is its ability to maintain tradition while embracing modernity, blending its ancient cultural heritage with the forward-thinking ambitions of a global leader. In this final scene, we will explore Japan's legacy in the modern world and reflect on its role in shaping the future. How has Japan's imperial history impacted its present identity? How do its traditions coexist with its global aspirations? And what role will Japan play in a future that is becoming increasingly interconnected and digital? We will also look at the nation's relationship with its neighbors, its place in the international community, and how it is positioning itself for the challenges of tomorrow. The legacy of Japan's imperial past, from feudalism to modern democracy. Japan's imperial history spans over 1,000 years, marked by the rise and fall of powerful dynasties, military rulers, and complex political structures. The Japanese Empire itself, which reached its peak in the early 20th century, left a lasting imprint on the country's identity and its position in the world. Although the empire officially came to an end after Japan's defeat in World War II, the memories of its imperial past remain a part of Japan's collective consciousness. The Meiji Restoration of 1868 was a critical turning point in Japan's history. It marked the end of centuries of feudal rule and the beginning of Japan's rapid modernization. Under the Meiji government, Japan transformed itself from an isolated island nation into a global imperial power. This period of industrialization, military expansion, and technological advancement set the stage for Japan's future rise as an economic and cultural force. The legacy of imperial expansion and militarism during World War II, however, left Japan with deep scars, both domestically and in its relationships with neighboring nations. The atrocities of war, including the invasion of China and the occupation of much of Southeast Asia, have been sources of ongoing debate and reflection within Japan. While the country has never shied away from acknowledging its wartime history, its efforts to reconcile with the nations it once invaded continue to shape Japan's modern identity. After World War II, Japan underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from an empire focused on military conquest to a peaceful, democratic nation committed to economic development and international cooperation. The country's post-war constitution, drafted under the guidance of the United States, enshrined Japan's commitment to pacifism, renouncing war as a means of settling international disputes. This shift, from militarism to pacifism, has been one of the defining features of Japan's modern identity. Cultural influence: Japan's global impact through art, fashion, and entertainment. One of the most enduring aspects of Japan's legacy is its cultural influence. Despite its relatively small geographic size, Japan's culture has permeated the world in ways few other nations have achieved. From its traditional arts and literature to its modern innovations in anime, manga, and video games, Japan has left an indelible mark on global popular culture. Japan's traditional arts, such as calligraphy, ikebana, flower arranging, and tea ceremonies, continue to captivate people around the world, symbolizing the country's deep respect for aesthetics, craftsmanship, and spiritual harmony. Japanese architecture, with its emphasis on simplicity, minimalism, and nature, has influenced designs in cities across the globe. The Japanese philosophy of wabi-sabi, which celebrates imperfection and transience, has inspired countless individuals in their approach to art, design, and even life. In the realm of modern pop culture, Japan's influence is equally significant. The global phenomenon of anime and manga has brought Japanese storytelling to millions worldwide, with beloved franchises like Naruto, One Piece, and Attack on Titan captivating audiences far beyond Japan's borders. The anime industry has become a multi-billion-dollar global business, influencing the way stories are told and how animated works are produced. Similarly, Japan's video game industry, with major companies like Nintendo, Sony, and Sega, has shaped the way we experience interactive entertainment, creating iconic franchises like Super Mario, Final Fantasy, and Pokémon. The influence of Japanese fashion and design has also grown in prominence. Brands like Issey Miyake, Yohji Yamamoto, and Comme des Garçons have become international symbols of high fashion, blending tradition and modernity in innovative ways. The minimalist aesthetic that Japan has popularized, from fashion to home decor, continues to shape global design trends. Japan's role in the international community, diplomacy, and economic leadership. Japan has long been a key player on the world stage, with a foreign policy that emphasizes peace, cooperation, and economic stability. Since its defeat in World War II, Japan has adopted a pacifist stance in its international relations, focusing on diplomacy and economic partnerships rather than military power. The country's commitment to international cooperation is evident in its active participation in organizations like the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, WTO, and the Asian Development Bank, ADB. Japan is a major donor to international aid programs and plays a critical role in addressing global challenges such as climate change, disaster relief, and poverty. The country's technological advancements, particularly in robotics and clean energy, are shared with developing nations, helping to create a more sustainable and connected world. Economically, Japan remains the third largest economy in the world, after the United States and China. As a key member of the G7 and G20, Japan influences global economic policies and plays a leading role in shaping global trade and financial stability. Its extensive network of trade agreements, particularly with other Asian countries, the European Union, and the United States, reinforces its role as a central economic power. Japan's foreign policy also focuses on regional stability. The nation's relations with its neighbors, particularly China and the Korean Peninsula, are complex, rooted in a history of conflict but also cooperation. Despite the historical grievances, Japan has made efforts to normalize relations with China and South Korea, while balancing its alliance with the United States and maintaining a strong presence in the Indo-Pacific region. Looking ahead, Japan's future in a changing world. As Japan faces the challenges of the 21st century, the country's future will depend on its ability to adapt to a rapidly changing world. The global economy is shifting, with emerging markets in Asia, Africa, and Latin America gaining influence, and new technologies such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and renewable energy reshaping industries. Japan's leadership in these areas will be crucial in maintaining its competitive edge. However, Japan also faces significant challenges at home. The country's aging population continues to pose a threat to its economy, and the shrinking workforce could have long-term consequences for Japan's economic stability. Japan will need to address these demographic issues through reforms in labor markets, immigration policy, and automation to maintain its role as a global leader. Moreover, Japan's role in global geopolitics is likely to evolve as the United States and China compete for dominance in the Indo-Pacific region. Japan will need to balance its traditional alliance with the U.S. with its growing economic ties to China, while continuing to promote regional security and peaceful diplomacy. Narrator. The story of Japan, from its imperial past to its modern achievements, is one of remarkable transformation. It is the story of a nation that rebuilt itself from the ashes of war, and whose culture, economy, and technological innovations continue to shape the world today. Japan's legacy is one of perseverance, adaptation, and foresight. As we look to the future, Japan stands as a beacon of innovation, peace, and cooperation, a nation whose enduring influence will continue to shape the course of global history.